Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Scurv After Dark Open Mic. Kind of shift those words around, but it's the same thing. I'll always allow you to come on in and participate as we speak about some somewhat controversial topics, which is just something that we all know about, and we have our comments. We see people. Okay, I haven't seen a man with a Brazilian butt lift, a BBL, but for the most part, it's mostly women. Diane, welcome on in. I'm glad to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Your presence is always a gift, a treat. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. It's been going on for a few years. And understand at first that this episode and this discussion is not to bash women. No, because if we bash women on this, we have to bash society, right? Because there's a lot of reasons I feel that this is something that we're seeing more and more. And I've always asked the question, why would women, and let's just say men, right? There's some man out there that did this. I know that, right? But this is basically a woman thing. I'm taking it from that point. But why would these women, from the mild to the extreme, risk their life to enlarge or shape their backside? And I've always said that this has to be some kind of form of mental illness. It has to be. Unless you see yourself in a way that others don't see you. And that's very dangerous. Because we have so many things that, Sweetberry, welcome on in, my dear sister. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to keep my phone charged here just in case we have a power situation or whatever. But I'll deal with that later on. But I was thinking today, because I promised last week that I would do this show, and I said, wow, I didn't set it up yet. I hope everybody doesn't think that I'm not doing it, although I'm a bit fatigued. I was actually on a phone call till about maybe 9 this morning, and then I was back out a couple hours later. So I'm a little fatigued, but that helps me to drop my guard and just be a little more uninhibited. Let's hope it's not too much. Welcome, Raquel, Bose, Brother Bose, and Inga. Yes. I'm going to drop this link from early, and I'll keep dropping it because I know it's going to scroll on up when you want to participate. I have some points that I jotted down as I walked around today and took care of some business that I definitely want to discuss. Not a million of them, but it's not two either. But there are reasons for this, and it's definitely a breakdown in something. So let me just say this. Low self-esteem and body dysmorphia. Many women who pursue BBLs don't simply want better shape. They're struggling with body dysmorphic tendencies, meaning they see flaws in their bodies that others don't see. This distorted self-image pushes them toward drastic, risky procedures. This has got to be deep, because why are they feeling this way about their bodies? And they're seeing things that others don't see. They're comparing. They're going on Instagram. They're looking at TV commercials and music videos that project what's to be desired in a woman. Look, I'll say it this way, and I'm going to say it all throughout the show. The way you were made, if you didn't abuse your body with really bad food or a lifestyle where you didn't get as much exercise, normal exercise, childhood factors, where in your family you were teased and what's a big issue for you as an adult came from your childhood. NFN Shaka. Yes, we're all international up in here today. Yeah. Oh, this is a great point. I'm real casual tonight. I didn't see the whole thing, Inga. Hello there. This is due to a lack of attention. They're in competition with other women, very desperate women to trap a man. Many don't feel attractive enough. Great points. And there's that other point too. Very desperate women to trap a man. A lot of women, and I'm not saying all women, please don't think that, but there's certain few that do BBLs that feel that way. Now, maybe there's some who get BBLs who don't feel like they want to trap a man, but it's very repulsive when you look at what it looks like on the extreme. There are some who do it where you can tell, okay, if you never knew them, they're a little meaty in the rear end. But why does it come down to butt cheeks? I mean, as a man who's getting older, we're all getting older, but I'm at a certain point now. Like, is that going to run your home? Is that going to raise your children? Is that going to teach your children wisdom? Yes, you as a man are supposed to do that also. But what benefits do the artificial butt implants in a risky level to risk your life? What is the benefit? You know? Oh, the internet's been buffering. On this end, it seems to be okay, but I know that happens sometime. Do we have more people who are experiencing that? If we have anyone else, it'll tell me that it's me, probably. You know, these things are funny, but I'm also recording the audio separate. So if there's any lag, Wise Man, Hope Rice. Yes. Let me know if you are hearing any lagging or any buffering. But for something so temporary, you know, we have different types of men out here, especially when I just read out, you know, the statement. And so how do you trap a man? With a butt? That's only temporary. Because there's going to be a next butt. If the man is butt centered and that's all he can think about, why do you want to trap somebody like that? Why? Because he's going to find somebody else. Now, if you're butt centered and you're bedazzled and your line is open, Wise Man, and you're bedazzled by that, don't come to Africa. This is butt depot out here.
Out there in Africa?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Out there in Ghana and West Africa?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's everywhere, huh?
Yeah, it's all over Africa, but I know where I am. If you're a dude who, you know, like if I'm on the phone and I'm talking to a friend and he's like, oh, you're walking down the street? Here, let me see what it looks like. Not even for butts. I'm just talking about just to see. And the first thing out of some of their mouths, oh man, them girls got some shapes out there. Because 9 times out of 10, that's the way it is. But they're not paying it no mind. Well, yes, some of them do. We talked about that. But that's a given. That's standard equipment.
It's standard. So I'm sorry to cut you off. So it's standard. But you're talking about BBL. Is the BBL out there like that, or you just say it's just standard? It just comes automatically. You got to eat some jollof rice, some yams, and some igisu, and they got it.
Well, I would say for those, especially up in the mountains or away from the city and in the country, the natural food, lots of walking. Then you have mountains, you're climbing up mountains. It's almost like, you know, doing a stair step thing in the gym, the sun, the water, you know, and just a lack of the chemicals. Now, we do have some women out here who may be slender and some may be overweight. They eat more food or whatever have you. But across the board, that's the way it is. And here it is acknowledged as part of beauty in a woman I'm not saying, oh yeah, let me just look at your butt. Oh, you're beautiful. But I hear them say that term when they see, oh my God, look at your nash. You're so beautiful. And they're weighing in everything. But they don't go like crazy in normal life the way they do in America. Damn, girl, look at that girl. You know, they don't do that out here. You know what I mean?
Because they're
You see
so
what I'm
used to
saying?
it.
Hmm?
They're so used to it.
Right.
The man.
Right. Look what
You know,
Hope said.
so my thing out there with the Nash, right? It's really
Yeah.
big like that. It's like, I mean, I don't know if you watch P, you know, like Cherokee the ass.
Oh, say that again.
You don't look at that stuff like, I mean, I looked at when I was young. You know, like that chick Cherokee that was in the
Oh, yeah,
industry.
I've seen her. No, I see everything online because people send me everything.
Yeah, you
So I
know,
see
we're
everything.
men. Like, I mean, I look at that stuff anymore. I look at the Instagram models, and I was like my early 20s, yeah.
Hmm.
But you know, like
Hmm.
Cherokee, you know, the booty, like, you know, you see that out there like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All,
Yeah. Naturally.
all over Ghana.
Yeah. All over Ghana. All
So
over
this
Ghana.
picture, this thumbnail you have up, that's a black woman.
It was taken off of a site where they do BBLs, and I didn't want to put anything too extreme up
Mm-hmm.
and get complaints and YouTube look to take something down or something too lewd. So now you know the way YouTube is, you got to be careful. So if this was 10 years ago, I would have put it all up there. Nothing nude,
Mm-hmm.
but some people get insulted. And I made sure to show that she does have some clothing on in the upper part where, you know, and
Right.
there's more to the picture, but it's not extreme. But still, I didn't want to insult anybody. This is something that you'd see on the beach,
Mm-hmm.
you know, possibly. So if they strike me for this,
No, they
they
won't
can't say
strike you for
anything.
that, man.
Yeah, right.
Um, so the BBL thing, like, yeah, I feel that women that get BBLs, first off, BBLs do not look good. They could be extreme. They can look ridiculous.
Denise.
They could be
Mhm.
dangerous because you could die, you could lose your life.
Right.
Talk about those extremes. There's this one lady that I don't know if the story's true, but she had a BBL. I think she was like Hispanic, Colombian, but she was
Hmm.
doing some squats at the gym, right?
Hmm.
A little too early, and she was performing the squats. I think she was doing like 10 reps, 3 sets of 10 reps. On the second set, she was squatting down, and out of nowhere, she just fell down and started screaming in pain, and people just saw fluid everywhere.
Oh God.
And she was, I don't know. I heard the story's true. I gotta look it up. But she was
I
screaming
heard of
in
this story though.
pain. Huh?
But I heard of this story, but okay. You do a BBL. Why didn't you leave a BBL alone and just go to the gym and know how to execute the exercises right? Because there are women who are not happy with their build, and the body is like clay. This is me saying it. And that you can mold yourself if you take time and study how to eat, and you can change yourself naturally. But why get a BBL and then go and try to do squats to
They
enhance it
they
again?
they
That's
mm-hmm,
dangerous.
mm-hmm.
That's dangerous.
They
Welcome in
want to
Khadijah,
express.
Random Universe, and Denise Trevelyan. Yes.
They want the
So
expedite process.
yeah, but that does not work. I
Man, they don't
saw,
care, man.
I don't know where I saw it, but it was on either Instagram or whatever. I was scrolling through some things. So they sent, you know, when on Instagram, somebody will send you something, and right away after something else pops up or something else pops up before. And it was this woman who had her lips done, her breasts done, her butt done, some skin peel. She looked like a suction cup. She looked
Mm.
artificial. So what I'm saying is that in the natural aging process, how is that going to look? Everything that's under, how is it going to look?
Look at little
So the boy
Kim,
was
for
walking around
example.
it.
Look how she looks. She looks horrible.
Who's that?
Little Kim.
Oh God. I saw in person. She looked like a Chinese. You know what I mean?
But
I
like a
mean,
dog, she don't look real. Her face is she's been disfigured, brother, through surgery. A lot of
yes.
celebrities look like that. They look horrible. How do you disfigure yourself so much to perform an operation and spend money? It takes time and energy to make money. Time and energy to make money. You're gonna spend that to disfigure yourself for what, man? You know, you can't control some things.
Yes.
And it's like I just recently saw a picture of Pamela Anderson, right? Now I know she had her breast done, right? Breast augmentation. She had breast implants. Good for her, whatever. I never liked that stuff on her, right? She looked better before. But you know, recently she stopped wearing makeup. And to me personally, I like her natural state. She looks beautiful. And she
Right.
learned to just let it be. Like, stop trying to. She wears makeup sometimes, though, when she's filming movies, but she did let herself be natural. A lot of people are starting to go to more of that natural state because it's like you can't stop aging. It's like, look at Dolly. What's that chick's name? Dolly, the country singer.
Dolly Parton.
She looks crazy. She's like 80 years old. She looks crazy.
And then you got to keep that up because the foundation is changing. You're aging. You see what I mean? Welcome in, Tracy J. How do you do that? That's like building a house on a weak foundation that's going to wash away. The whole building's going to collapse eventually. And to me, what man can get off on that when you know that it's artificial? What kind of warped mind does a man have to see these extreme cases where the butter's out there and the legs, it looks like a chicken leg. And you know this woman is not real. So you're fixating on a body part that's not real. So that's masturbation. That's not real. You see what I mean? And take it further. You have some men who like the artificial look. Those are some of the same men that'll mess with a dude who had plastic surgery to look like a woman. Because they're focusing on body parts and they don't care where their pleasure is coming from as long as it looks like this extreme thing. It's easy to cross. To me, it makes it easy for a dude to cross over to the other side with cross-dressers and transsexuals. It's a blur. And this obsession with the perfect body, who creates this? Who says this is the perfect body? We have enough insecurities already, hang-ups already, low self-esteem. It's just like my friend Kelly Everett said. I uploaded the show from 10 years ago, and on the page, I put her kind of like a life story and things that he told me I could always tell, but I never told. She was severely put down by her mother, where these things happen, and this is why she went the way she did, the attention, and she admitted to that. But she was brilliant with it as a business, but that's the start of it. You're looking for approval. That's the way it was with her. And what she won't tell you, she has a beautiful daughter, just like her, younger, and she's overprotective. Overprotective. That's gonna make the daughter want to get out there too. The daughter's grown now, but you know, these things start in the mind first. They don't just come out of nowhere. And then you're watching, look, time has passed on, man. This is 2025. 20 years of YouTube. Man. 20 years of Facebook. Instagram came right after, but it's more than 10 years. And all of these young girls who, when I find out how old they are, like on their pages and stuff, you're scrolling through. Yes, I'm 18 years old. I'm like, they were just born the other day.
Yep.
Just the other day.
They're babies.
Yeah.
It's sad, man. And that's a problem with social media. That's a problem with social media. Social media has literally warped people's minds. I mean, people are falling for scams more now. People are like these women, BBLs, implants, tricking, prostitution now. They're dating older guys. They want that travel, vacation, vlog lifestyle. They want to travel the world. You know, if you could do, you're making six figures, but most women are not making six figures. So they got to get the money somehow. So a lot of them girls are on Instagram. It's a secret. It's not really a secret, but it's an open secret. A lot of them girls you see, not all the time. But I'll say about 70%. 70% going in, not in Dubai, just traveling. All you see on Instagram accounts, and they're constantly traveling. Look at the dates. Sometimes they be posting older travels, right? But most of the time, they're doing a lot. They're constantly traveling here and there, bro. They got a sugar daddy.
Right.
And then some
Right.
old white dude or some old black dude or old whatever, man, older guy, 40 and up, right? 45 and up, and he's tricking. And she ain't showing him. She's not
Oh,
showing the
right,
older
right.
guy in the back.
Right. I saw a video like that. The guy was laying in the bed and she quickly turned the screen, but she made it seem like it was all her. Like she's living this life.
They slip up.
You know what,
But to
gentlemen?
bring it, Brother Bowles, talk to me.
How you all doing today, Brother Lance?
Hey,
Oh, we're doing
All
good,
right,
man.
Brother
We're
Wise
doing
Man,
good.
how you doing, sir?
I'm good.
Outstanding. You know, Brother Lance, I'd like to say greetings to you and greetings to the listeners. First, Lance, before I say anything, brother, I want to say awesome interview that you posted. I know it was back in 2015 with Kelly Everett,
Yes.
but man,
Yes.
I mean, she answered a lot of questions, brother, that I had for years, especially Arnold's relationship with Mike Mincer and how he
Right.
had just deteriorated so bad that Mincer had to be hospitalized and he was put into a mental hospital.
Yep.
Yeah,
His brother
that whole
died a week
situation.
after. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that situation, and I would just want to say, man, that was just out of sight, man. Hey, if I could give you 5 stars for that interview, brother, I would, because she answered a lot of questions I had, especially, you know, like I said, behind the curtain of bodybuilding and what was going on with the judges out front where everybody could see. So,
Yep.
you know,
It's a dirty sport.
but you know,
man.
you mentioned about yes, without a doubt, brother. You know, you mentioned you're talking about the BBLs and these women, this questionable self-esteem. Do you remember a show back in the late '70s, television show called Three's Company?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Do do do
and you come to knock my door. So
John
you
Ritter.
remember John Ritter, Joyce
in peace.
DeWitt, and
Right.
rest in peace, Suzanne Summers, and the whole Joyce DeWitt, the whole cast, right? Well, if you remember, Joyce DeWitt, you know, you had, you know, like John Ritter, he's the comedian, you know, the comic, you know, of the show. And then you had Joyce and then you had Suzanne. Now, if you notice the way the show was structured, you got this guy living in an apartment with 2 girls. So that's already getting your attention already. So as a
Yep.
young guy coming up, I remember seeing Joyce and she would wear those tight pants. She would wear them tight pants. Suzanne had on the tight top, bouncing around all over the place. So what
Exactly.
the networks had the whole thing covered because either you was focusing on Joyce and her backside or you was focused
Right.
on Suzanne and her top. So in other words,
They did it on purpose
you
too.
could say absolutely, because you could say, Brother Lance, wise man, that Joyce, even though she didn't have a BBL, but she was probably the first actress where her backside was put on display on
Yes.
as her body part on a TV show.
Right.
Because so in other words, aside from her backside, you could say like Suzanne's breasts were being monetized for the networks for the television show, because that's what guys used to always talk
Exactly.
about. You go to school, you know, because I was in elementary school at the time, and people said, "Yeah, man, you know, guys be talking, you know." So fast forward
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
today, what has happened with in terms of monetization is that it's still going on, the monetization of women's bodies and television, but now because of BBLs, it has went to the extreme.
Yes.
This is not 1977, 78 anymore. So now we're in the 21st century. So the BBL is the extreme
Yep.
monetization of women's backsides. That's the point I was trying to make.
Excellent point, though. You know, and the standard of beauty, you know, it excludes natural shapes and sizes. You know, so women now these days feel pressure to match an unrealistic, you know, mold, and
Mhm.
the smallest waist, the roundest backside, and one term I want to kind of focus on right now when they say the biggest butt, and some people take that
Mhm.
literally. Some women take that literally. Okay, sorry for the noise. That's on LanceScurv X. I kind of clicked on that, but it's not about the biggest butt. I'm an artist, and the human body is a beautiful thing, male and female. I'm straight, But I say with men, it's a beautiful thing from the artistic standpoint, from doing bodybuilding and being aware of the musculature and the shape and the musculature of the woman, right? Now, as far as a woman's concerned, it's not about some big potato salad behind. Some big, a lot of white girls say, I got a big butt, and the brothers go crazy. No. They probably, because you give it away for free. You're big, barn wide, unshapely, whatever. Nothing beats a woman who has a shape. It's not about the size.
True that.
Seen women, I'm going to break it down as a man so women can hear it. Not that I'm the last word on it. You could be a slender, almost skinny woman and have a beautiful backside. Since we're talking about BBLs and we say we're going to break it down, it's not about the size, because anybody can put on weight and have a sloppy figure. It's the shape. It's a three-dimensional shape of a beautiful backside. See, some women have, a little flat whatever going on. We know who they are. And sometimes, but when it can not bulge out 3 feet behind them because you got cement in there, but something that matches your body. And with your body being a piece of clay and sculptured, where you can sculpture it, sometimes you got to reduce something to make something else look more shapely. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like in bodybuilding, if you have narrow shoulders, you better make sure you don't have a wide waist. You want to create the illusion of a V-shape by the way you pose, right? So with a woman that may have this illusion of being so inferior, pull back from that. The emotions, it's not just men who are in the gym. We know that male bodybuilders can be some of the most insecure people while looking awesome and intimidating people. But if you get in their head, you think I'm losing size? You think I'm not all of them, but women are the same way. Men and women are the same way in different respects. Think how men feel funny about the size of their penis, right? I mean, they might be able to keep it up hard longer naturally, and to do with the big thing is like a limp water hose. You see what I mean? So you got to be confident in what you have and work with what you have and bring it to the highest degree.
I mean, it's all about the emotion, the ocean. You can have that big thing and not know what to do with it.
Right.
I had a woman tell me that too. They're like,
little.
Yeah. But porn is fake, man.
Yeah, no, I'm
it's
saying
a
you
fantasy.
can have something smaller, and it's like scraping the side of the peanut butter jar. You ain't going too deep, but you're getting them sides. You know what I mean? So don't worry about the next
we look
man.
at that. We look at stuff online. Problem, like I said, the BBL, not even that porn industry. Is that's a fantasy, man. Most, I mean, I'm not trying to get too risque here or inappropriate, but
no,
most women don't like that stuff, man. Most women like stuff that's 6 to 7. Anything beyond a 7 is going to hurt them. So that's a fake. That stuff is not real. Women told me, they said that stuff is not real. Women don't like that stuff. They like it just normal. That stuff is extreme. They don't like that stuff.
Right. And,
well,
am I wrong?
Sometimes for those who claim that it's a mental thing, it's a mental thing for them. But, that way everybody's different. But like you're right, wise man. If you know what you're doing, you're good.
Plus, I was going to say, Brother Lance, in most cases, most women like some form of foreplay. So, men, we get hot when we see it. Women get hot when they want it. So, with most men, again, we got to see it. We can see a woman walk down the street and we get excited. But women, you got to get them aroused. And once you get them aroused, then then everything. Once you get everything flowing, then then it's ready.
Right.
I saw a sister today. I saw a sister that I was out, running some errands, and I saw a sister today. She had on some shorts, shorts, and she had nice size to herself. She had nice size. She had the kind of lower body that most women would want to have, but it was one problem. She had so much cottage cheese back there. I said she would look a lot better if she slimmed down. If she just slimmed down, I'm not trying to put her down, but if she just slimmed down and put some tone where you could see less of the cellulite, because between the skin and the muscle is fat. And if she could just minimize some of that cellulite, women can't completely get rid of all of it because they need it. It's a biological thing. But if she could just minimize and put some shape on it, she would be awesome.
Reduce it. Exactly.
So, like you
And build
said,
the muscle
size
up
is
under
not
it.
always just because it's big. Don't mean it's always good.
Exactly. And
Exactly.
wearing jeans is the biggest lie because it can hold things together. But when you get about them jeans, you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, I had dudes
Yep.
tell me that, man. They had dudes tell me they've been with chicks with big booties. I mean, a donkey. They said, man, you get to the bedroom, you take it off, you're like, oh man, it looks it looks like a train wreck. Like it doesn't look good. Like it's like no meat on the
Exactly.
bottom, it's more meat on the top, and then it's like it says cellulite, wrinkles and folds, and then when it get behind it, no offense, but depending on woman's hygiene, it doesn't always smell that good. Yeah,
Exactly.
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, I can tell some stories from back in the day. But I'm telling you, it's not always that. And some people think, oh, it's big, so that's it. You got to take care of yourself overall.
Right.
A healthy woman
True.
is so attractive no matter what her size. If she's healthy, and I don't mean healthy like, yeah, I'm eating that macaroni and cheese and that cornbread. I'm healthy. I'm not talking about that with you heavy. But if you're healthy, if you're working toward being healthy and having that glow, cleaning out your gut, not letting it, you know what I mean? Your whole system. Moderate exercise. It doesn't mean you have to be some bodybuilder. It doesn't mean you have to be
Right.
an Olympic track star, but just proper maintenance. And over time, things will change for the better. Your body is self-healing. You're not going to get anywhere cutting it up and dumping this liquid and these chemicals. Your blood circulates, and this is in your body. Aren't you scared of some type of cancer or some type of reaction? For
Infection.
what? That's a given. That's almost a guarantee.
Yeah.
The infections.
But
You know what,
bro,
Lance? You know what, Lance? You know what's so beautiful? I just want to say this right quick because I don't know what you just said. One of the things, Lance, as I've gotten older and I have learned is so beautiful. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing a woman who might be 50, 60, maybe 70,
Yes.
train 3 days a week in the gym, some moderate strength training, moderate cardio, and looks awesome.
Right.
And
that
looks
can be maintained.
awesome.
It doesn't mean you have to get in there 5 hours and bust your behind. Maintain it. As you get older, it's almost like a plane landing. The plane doesn't go straight down to the ground. It gradually goes down. And the closer you get to the ground, the more gradual you have to be. When you have a great pilot, you barely feel the touchdown. You know what I mean? Everybody starts clapping. But the ones who, they don't know what they're doing as much or practice, boom. So maintain, make it a part of your life. That's what you got to do. But to sit there and be unhealthy in an unhealthy system and slap on some butt cheeks artificially, that is just no. As well as other stuff too. Because when you get older, no matter look, how many times have we seen women, possibly in the media? I can't recall or be specific. So much in my head, but I've seen stars, celebrities from back in the 70s or the 80s, back in that time, and they've gotten older and they've gotten better. Like they weren't known for this drop dead gorgeous type of beauty, but as they got older, it's like, yo, look at her. Yeah. There's a friend of mine who moved out to Ghana. She's going to do some podcasts with me. She's 74 years old. And if you see how she is drop dead gorgeous, you can tell that she's a little older, but when you look at her, you don't put an age on her. You're not even thinking about that. Hair is white. And when you see pictures of her when she's 40, she'll blow Pam Grier away. She kind of looks like her. But in her older years, she looks even better because she's not freaking out and trying to be something or work in an age group that she's not. But she turns heads. When you see her, it's like, oh my God. And it's not a lust thing. The beauty thing is the real thing. Queen J, thank you so much.
You know what looks good right now?
What she says here.
You know what looks
Queen,
good right now?
thank you for the love and support. She says, I've always been skinny, but I'm happy that I've always had older women around me to tell me to love my body the way it is, because birthing children and getting older, weight tends to stick more. Exactly. Love yourself as you are.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hey, you know who
There's no
looks real
better
good?
feeling.
Angela Bassett.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Do you think she
Exactly.
had any alterations though, or do you think she's natural? She looks natural.
She
I
works
believe
out,
she's
from what I
natural because I
understand.
heard how she
Yeah.
takes care of her body and
I-
trains and the way she eats.
they recently showed a picture of
Hmm.
her. She looked good. She looked like she's 40 something. She's like 60. Man, she's 67 now.
Hmm. Brother
Mhm.
Lance and wise man listeners, I'm gonna share some personal that happened with me today. I was talking to my wife. She and we were just having a conversation, and she was on Facebook or Instagram, and she's watching these females who do all this stretching. You see, and they say, it's like yoga and everything, and they say, okay, extend the arms, okay, breathe in, bring it in, and breathe out. And I was trying to. She said she wants to do that, and I said, well, all that's nice and cute, and it's good. Good. It's good. I mean, I've taken yoga and, I felt very relaxed. I'm not saying people shouldn't do it, but I told her, don't get that stuff confused with basic, systematic strength training of your body. I
Right.
said, don't get that stuff confused because these people will get on the social media and they'll do some crazy exercise standing on a balancing ball with one leg with 20-pound dumbbells. And they have you thinking that that's the secret. But in reality, they're just doing that stuff to get clicks and likes. You know what I'm saying? Because
That's all it is.
it almost, Brother Lance, and because you have experience, it makes you almost want to say you can't be serious. People can't. They got to be joking. I said the person who made this can't really believe this. So I'm not saying that people shouldn't do yoga. Yoga is a good thing to incorporate with strength training. I don't disagree with that. It should be. But the primary, as we get older, like Sister was talking about, with having children and putting weight, as we get older, our bodies are going through hormonal changes. Men were producing less testosterone, women producing less estrogen. So that's more of a time where you have to, aside from going to your doctor, seeing your doctor on a regular basis, but we have to incorporate strength training because strength training is what allows us to walk upstairs, carry groceries in the house, pick up children, pick up grandchildren. You need a certain degree of strength to participate in your day-to-day activities.
So your bones don't deteriorate. That resistance, you need that. And doctors, when you go to a doctor,
They do, but not as
they
fast.
hate to hear that.
Not as quick.
They hate to hear that.
Because osteopenia and oh no, they say you do that, your back will explode.
I went to a doctor not too long ago. Well, it was in America, so it was over 5 years ago. But I told the guy, he says, "Oh, you got to stop lifting the weights." I said, "Man, I ain't been in the gym since April of 1985. What are you talking about?"
Right.
So that threw him off
Right.
completely. I said, I used to do it, but what you see is what's left over. I mean, I don't look like the way I used to, but that's but see, there's not any proper education, number one.
You got started. You got
Especially
to
for
the weight.
young ladies, for them to know. You know what I mean? For them to know.
Brother Lance, don't people know?
Or her. Yeah, go ahead.
Don't people know that in order for you, if you go to the bathroom, do the number 2, it takes strength to get up off the toilet.
Squat.
Exactly. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something different too. Since we're speaking on that, that's the wrong position to expel. Sitting on the toilet.
Or the squat.
You should do like in squat, like in Asia. Yeah, I've done that before in the Japanese bathroom.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Your anus is supposed to be so close to the ground when you do that because it helps you get out more, and the muscles in your thighs help as well as the muscles in your stomach, and internally it puts it in a certain position where everything comes out. And maybe discuss to people this is a life-saving thing.
And Brother Lance and Brother Balls, please explain that when you do your number 2, make it quick as possible. You're not supposed to sit there on your phone chilling. You're supposed to make it quick, get in and get out.
Exactly.
From what I understand, we're supposed to have it every 24 hours. You're supposed to excrete at least every 24 hours.
Shoot.
Some people say, when the last time you had a bathroom? Some people say, man, I hadn't had one in a week.
Oh, I
heard somebody say that one time.
Man, her breath was kicking. I'm like, I can see why the breath is kicking. And her gut was like, I'm not putting it down, but she didn't want to hear anything about how to correct it. It wasn't me saying it because I didn't know her as well. It was when I was working in corrections. And the other guys, they were saying the right things. She said, no, I can't stop eating the pork, and I can't. What you mean? I don't drink no water. I'm like, well, this is what's happening. There's multiple things going on here, you know. But he had a big butt. Well, I got a nice shape. No, you don't. You backed up. Your system's backed up. You swollen. I'm not trying to put nobody down, right?
Right.
But that's what it is. I mean,
that kills me that people cannot work. You can't find 10 to like 20 minutes to go work out. Get some dumbbells, do some dumbbell complexes, some shoulder presses, some bent over rows, some squats, maybe some jump rope, run a mile. You can't do that. You can't get out and get active a little bit. That's crazy. I mean, there's no excuse to be out of shape. Water, you know, it's not hard. I don't understand that.
Truth Seeker, your line is open. Join
hey, brother Bose, break that down to us.
Well, you know, it just depends on the individual. I mean, we're ultimately we're talking about people's health and the BBLs, and for me, I played like sports. You know, I played little league baseball and football. You know, when I was in high school, and some after high school. But I've always been, I don't know, it's something I just naturally gravitated towards, working out in the gym. It was just something that I just naturally gravitated, and I just had to learn. I learned as I went along. So, and as I learned, you know, having, you know, been a coach and is a coach and a strength coach, and having participated in sports, it was just something that I just naturally liked. And sometimes I used to get to the point, like if I had like a bad day, I was maybe a little down, I just went to the gym and worked out, and I felt better. It's like my mind felt more clear. So I think it just more so depends on the individual. But most people who do it and they find their niche in it, it's hard for them to stop working out in the gym and stop training. So I think it's really it's an individual thing, what I'm trying to say.
But you have to create the habits in this society,
right.
Going back to elementary school, going back to home training. Nobody, I'm not saying nobody, but we don't stress the importance of that, because that's going to help the children in their schooling, their mind, how they feel about themselves. I never had those problems before coming up, you know, and you have little things that you want to improve, but I didn't have these overwhelming insecurities because from young, my parents wouldn't let me get past a certain size or get lazy and not, you know, I had to move, I had to do things. And when you live a well-rounded life on a mental, spiritual, and physical level, it takes care of itself. Truth Seeker, I see you in. Open up your line if you want to come say something, because I see you bounced out a couple times. Anything you want to say, Truth Seeker?
Hey, Lance, what's going on? Hey,
Yes.
Yeah. Lance,
what's going on?
How y'all doing, man? Yeah, Lance.
We good, man.
It's like an echo. Like it's like everybody talking at the same time. Like it's rambling. Yeah.
You can hear it? It's echo for real?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's like everybody talking at the same time.
Okay. But when we talk one at a time, do you hear the echo still?
Yeah, it's like repeating itself, kind of.
Okay, let me see what I can do. If it's on this side, it might be.
Oh, hold on, wait, brother. Are you on your phone, or do you have like another, tab that's open?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, bro, you probably have another tab that's open. Okay, shut down the YouTube channel and just leave the one that you're leave the live on.
It must be on his side, because
it's on his side.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. But like I said, there's no blueprint for us unless we get it from home, from young, or somebody who's inspired us in our circle close by. But now the minds of the youngsters are taking over so much because social media gets to their brain, and before the hormones hit them, I mean, they don't even have a childhood. They're going to have a forced sense of not being perfect. I mean, reading comic books, we would see that you had superheroes, right? And they were all muscular and everything. So, you know, you knew that was a comic book, but you strive to not take yourself out of that lane. You know, you're playing sports and you see other guys, and, you know, and the same thing with women now and men. They see social media, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and the social media is so flooded with filtered and Photoshop images and these exaggerated curves. You can't whip that. There's a young lady who, her mother has a little shop not too far from where I live. And I don't really follow her, like I go look for her stuff, but we connected because she knew me. And so I followed her back. And when you see her in real life, she doesn't look anything like the way she looks on social media. And I mean, she took her complexion from the darkest, which her complexion is beautiful, but she feels a certain way about it. I mean, she's almost looking white on her social media. And she's a sweet young lady. And I don't understand it. So it's not even just the BBL, but there's so many different things. Then you have the celebrities, reality stars, you know, and they got money to do these BBLs, less of a risk, but it's still a risk. And you have these chicks going to go down to Mexico and you know, down in Brazil and these different places, and they don't have any money for that. Like I said, Akbar Muhammad, the Nation of Islam, second in command under Minister Farrakhan, in Tampa several years ago, before I came to Ghana, he revealed how one of his nieces died getting that. Died. You see what I mean? And it hurt him so much, but in his mind, it's like he wasn't ashamed to say it. He said, because we got to talk about these things. And all the things that his inner circle and his family taught her, and she just went ratchet and went that way. So it's a pressure. Then you got the music industry, and they always glorify the oversized backsides. Why not have it shapely? Have it a work of art. Just some two big chunks of flesh hanging. There's nothing sexy about that. I mean, you can be fetishized and, you know, people get into that, but make your legs shapely, do everything. You know, the beauty of the thighs and how it flows into the backside and the lower back. It doesn't have to be big, just shapely. It's like a sports car that has a certain shape as opposed to a big truck. You know what I mean? Which one looks better parked? And I know what I'm talking about, but this thing has influenced people so much. I don't know if I knocked off somebody or knocked something off. I'm hearing dead silence in my headphones. So,
Brother Lance,
is everybody still here?
No, I'm here. I'm here listening.
Okay, cool.
I'm here. I was just muted. Just muted.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
You know, Brother Lance, you're really hitting on it, you know, brother. And there's some things that particularly the ladies can do that are just so basic. It's just so basic. And I think one of the first important things is, if they want to have a more shapely body, they have to find a good personal trainer. You have to find, ladies, you have to find someone who understands the human physiology of how the body works, and that when you do a particular exercise, you do a particular movement, what is the benefit to risk ratio with the exercise? In other words, if I was training a client, I saw somebody have a girl, she was doing squats. So naturally squats builds the quadriceps, the upper legs, and the glutes. And he had her squatting on dumbbells with a bar on her back.
What? With
the dumbbells. He had, as God is my witness, he had the girl squatting on top of dumbbells. Like she had some 30-pound dumbbells. You put them on their sides, you know, the rubber is on the floor, and she stepped up on them and started doing squatting. and she lost her balance and she fell off of them and hurt herself.
That's extremely dangerous.
Absolutely.
Why would that fool have her doing that? That's crazy.
Because this is the point. This is the point. He thinks this is where understand anatomy and physiology. He thought that if she goes squat down, her butt will go lower than the dumbbells. They can't.
Hey, brother Boss.
You see what I'm saying? It's not possible. It's not humanly possible for your body to go in that kind of position. He would have been better off just putting her in a Smith machine and have her do squats and go all the way down and all the way up. I don't recommend that, but that would have been more safer for her than putting her stand up on one dumbbell on each foot and go into a squat. And she fell off of the dumbbells.
Brother Bowles.
Yes, sir.
Brother Bowles and Brother Lance. I have a question. When we were talking about this a while back about these Instagram and YouTube clowns making extreme gymnastics in the gym look cool and thinking that it's functional and it's practical. It's not. So let's go back to the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. Okay, that's the cutoff. What happened to simple, effective, functional, and consistency and keeping it simple? What happened to that?
Because everybody's looking for the secret. Everybody's looking for the secret movement that will get you. They don't think about consistency and the discipline, the dietary, aspect of it, the rest, and letting things accumulate over time. So is the way to get rich to go to work, never come home, work a triple and stay at the job? You'll be dead. You think I'm gonna put all the money in the bank. No, you got to do it and back off. Do it and back off. Make it a part of your life where it's very easy. And form new habits, and also learn how to execute the exercise properly. There are a lot of people who go into gyms, and you have gym owners who will sit there behind the counter and watch you do it wrong, and you're not going to get the results. It's ego. There are a lot of exercises that you can do that don't require you to lift all this weight against what you can actually handle. It's the beauty of the movement. It's almost like ballet. You do the movement, it's a certain rhythm, and you hit certain parts of the muscle. What are you trying to achieve? You see, they don't know. I got to do side laterals for shoulders, and I got to do, well, how do you do the side laterals? There's some guys that bend down and swing the weight up. So if you feel a pump, it's just because you've been swinging the weight up, but it's not doing anything to you. Right. You're supposed to stand, and when you bring that weight up on the side, it's like your wrists have to drop down a little bit, and you act like you're pouring liquid a little bit at the top of that movement, and you're not going to be able to use the weight that you use when you're swinging it up. It's too much ego training in the gym. It's too much people wondering who's watching me, or the guys want to lift more weight to impress the women and the other. No, go in there and do what you got to do for your body, and you will come out. First of all, you don't even have to stay in the gym that long. Last contest I was in, 45 minutes, 6 days a week. And I would do my abdominals and stuff sometimes at home or elsewhere, whatever have you. But the weight training, 45 minutes. When I was younger, I didn't know better. I used to stay in there hours. Boom, boom. And that's it. And a lot of women, since we're focused on the BBL and the women, they think, oh God, it's this whole bunch of stuff I have to do. No, it's not. No, it's not. Once you learn how to do your body, you're good. And really, you're breaking your body down, but you're not building your body up by staying in the gym all those hours. Breaking yourself down. Taking a long break between sets, talking to people. No. You go to the water cooler, you take a sip, you come back, you hit the next set. There's several ways to increase intensity. You increase the weight. That can't go on forever because you'll be lifting 1 million pounds. If you increase the weight and keep the form perfect, you're good. The other way is to reduce the time between the sets. Yeah, it's very simple. And you're not going to be like a machine where everything goes up. Sometimes you're going to have a time where your baby was sick, you had to go to the hospital, and you got to go to the gym. You're not going to do as good. But as long as you give 100% of the 60% that you have, if all you have is 60%, 30%, whatever you have, you give it. And you try to have yourself to yourself before the stressful day begins. Don't think you're gonna go to a job and deal with these personalities and you traffic jam and you eat the wrong food, whatever. If you can get up early and honor yourself and do your stuff first, have yourself to yourself, it'll be so easy. But learn the proper way to execute the exercises. And don't listen to these gym guys who just want to rub up on you. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it. And they look jacked up. They may have muscle, but they don't know how they got there. They're full of steroids. Lean, fakely. That goes for men and women. But men in a masculine way and women in a feminine way. And you're not going to get muscular. You're not going to get rippling muscles. No, you're not. You'll get muscle, and that's what you want. That's what's going to keep your shape when you're in your 70s and your 80s, and keep you strong to lift those groceries, to go mow the lawn in the back. But you're finding it on the back end. Yeah? And even when you train your legs, there's so many different positionings that you can put your feet, the width. You can work your hip area. You can work down to the teardrop muscle over the knee. The legs are the strongest muscles in the body. And to get the biggest change in your body, if you're inspired to go into a bodybuilding gym, you know how to get the best arms? Train your legs hard. You want the best shoulders? Train your. And why do I say that?
Is that true?
It's called the after effect.
Is that really true? The that's a myth. You train your legs, the biggest muscle group. It produces more testosterone.
That's where most of your muscles. Whenever you do anything like squat or leg press, where your quads and your glutes are involved, that's physiologically that's affecting your major system because you're working two large muscles of the human body.
Okay, so it's not a myth
versus working your arms hard. You know, you go do some curls and just tricep extensions
for your body.
Right, because they say when you train your legs, you produce the most growth hormone and testosterone because that's the biggest muscle on your body. So
yeah,
for
they
that,
demand a lot.
Legs, right? That's the most exhausting thing, and it will make you sleep good that night. And like I said, the way you structure your workout. And I got a few more points to make on the BBL, but I'm gonna say it this way. Like, say for example, I believe in push and pull days. Right? You do your chest, which is a pushing movement, which warms up the shoulders. By the time you get to shoulders, you don't have to start from the beginning. They're warmed up. You jump right into it. And then at the end of that, your triceps. The next time, your back, the pull downs and the pull ins, your biceps are already pumped. They're ready in such a small muscle. You never see anybody say, oh, show me a muscle, and they show you their leg. They always show the arm. Gets people thrown off. You see? So look at a track star. Look at a person who runs track. Look at their musculature. They working them legs so hard. Of course, they probably go to the gym to do everything.
Right.
But that affects the whole body. And BBLs, look at the butts on these female track stars. Look at their butts. They're beautiful. I'm gonna say it like a street dude. They got some beautiful asses.
They do.
But they're working everything, the whole body. It's not just, oh, I'm gonna just dump some cement in my ass. And no. And you know what? When they're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, they still gonna have a nice backside.
And there's a sister from Senegal. I know you heard of her. She real dark, but she pretty as hell. She got a nice body, man. She from Senegal. You probably heard of her. Her name starts with an F. I forgot.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Oh man, she's slim thick.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm like, gee, what is that for real? That looks like a Barbie doll. She looks so good.
You got them walking around here like that.
Yeah.
You got to walk around here like that.
Yeah. Hey, Brother Lance.
Yes.
But Lance, I just wanted to add something to you said when Wise Man asked about like the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. You know, one of the things that happened was once people started going to these commercial gyms, well, somebody figured out, said, well, we gotta give them something to do beyond like free weights and machines. So what they did, they started coming out with these resistance bands. Now, I see a lot of ladies. I saw a sister do this last week, and I thought it was kind of incredible. She was on the stepper, you know, their stepper, with the electric one that you program, and she had the bands that they use when they do the abductions. You know, like when you work in your hips, your outer hips, and she was stepping up on the stepper with them. So she's trying to work her glutes, walking forward, and then moving forward, she's trying to work her outer hips. And I thought that was really, you know, like inventive in a way, creative, but it's not going to build any muscle because there's nothing really the muscle is resisting. So what I was trying to say was she would have been better off sitting on the machine where the pad is on the outer part of your leg and you're working the outer hip, even though these are small muscles, the glutamus medius and glutamus minimus, they're small muscles, but she can still put shape on the hip. She would have got more out of that if she was on the machine working against resistance versus using resistance bands. I mean, you know, bands, they may be good, maybe, I mean, therapeutically, but they will never really take the place of the actual strength training. And that's what happened. People, I think they just sat around and said, what can we come up with that people can do inside the gym aside from using free weights and machines? And then these so-called experts jumped out here and said, remember the guy that had that back in the 90s, Lance? He was in that accident, that little short guy, Little. What was his name? He used to use that little thing, look like a cross trainer. And he go back and forth, like one arm goes ahead. Remember that?
Yeah,
you know the guy when you see him, he had the ponytail.
Went into the whole fitness thing. Yeah, I remember him.
Right. And I remember he was advertising that thing. And I'm like, okay, that'll make you sweat, but what muscles are you working?
But he knew better than that.
And he was making it look like he. Oh, of course he did. Of course he did. Because I'm like, he didn't get a body using that. That's impossible. You can't get a body like that, because you said he was a bodybuilder and he went into the whole fitness guru kind of thing. Because there are always people, you see them on these programs at night, and you're sitting around watching TV late at night, and these paid programs come on. Oh, man.
It's the best time to get you. The
and
Rock, your line is open. I just want to say, I want to make another point here about the BBL. You know, many people believe a BBL is going to give them the instant fix for their low self-esteem and make them confident. You know, but the external changes don't heal the inner wounds, right? And some women still struggle after all the plastic surgery and BBLs. That's why they keep going back, because it's more of an internal issue, more so than, oh, I'll be better when my butt looks better. You know, that's like an insecure dude who has a lot of money. He has a lot of money, but that you can't buy confidence. You can feign it and act like that.
True.
But it wears off after a while. And then what? You know, I mean, can you have I'm not saying that all these women who do that are ignorant, but look, as a man, you see this woman, if you're attracted to that, even if it's not extreme, but you know, even if she didn't get a BBL, but she has a nice backside, let's just take the BBLs out of it, right? And you're attracted to a body and you got a little hang up, a little fetish about some backsides. Most black men do, right? So now you meet her, you're pursuing her. You don't realize there's certain deficiencies that she has, meaning that if you're an intellectual individual who likes conversation, after you done use this backside of hers as a glorified friction provider, and you're laying in the bed now, you done got what you got, and you realize now there's no conversation. There's nothing you have in common. You know, all of the other things make those things sweeter. So if you see a woman and she's not built the way you think a woman should be built, or I want to have a woman, she got to be built this way and that way. Yeah, but what happens when that fades? And do you want, talking about men, you get your Viagra and all these machines and injectable things, you get older, it's not going to work after a while. If that's all you base your stuff on, or if that's what she wants from you, and that's it, you in trouble, buddy. Because there's a lot of you know, men out here. It's got to be based on something else. You know, and
yeah.
I just don't understand it.
Hey, brother Lance. Hey, brother Lance. Also talk about the BBL hygiene. I mean, now if a woman got an added body part, are they cleaning themselves well? Are they hygienic?
I know. The nicest thing is a clean woman. A woman who keeps herself clean, really nice and clean. And women appreciate that in men, right? But when you have a woman who doesn't take care, now all women get sweaty. All women wake up and, you know, they got to take care of themselves, whatever have you. But when you're living clean, you're not going to really have much issues as long as you take care of yourself, your hygiene and whatnot. I know a woman who made sure to cut her pubic hair in all kind of shapes, little hearts and all kind of stuff. I'm gonna say it this way. I'm gonna be wrong for saying, but she stank. Come on, man. Your backside got to be clean too. Everything. You want somebody to go down there, you got to be clean. And them BBLs, you can't tell me that some of these women. Oh man, could you imagine?
And God forbid she got long fingernails.
Oh
3
man,
inch
she
nails.
can't clean herself right. That's
you know you can't clean yourself properly with them long nails, man. You walking in, you can't clean yourself properly. Brother
A
Bowles, you
smell
know
can
that's
be a
right.
make or break. Yeah, a smell can be a smell can be a make or break.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I had some nightmares, man. I had some beautiful women, but when it came down to it, man, it was like, oh man, it's like SeaWorld, you know? It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. It's like SeaWorld. I'm like, okay, Shamu.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call you Shamu. You know?
The rock your line
Free
is
Willy.
open. But the same thing
Free
with the
Willy,
men
yeah,
too, though.
Shamu.
You know,
Okay.
the same thing with the
Jaws.
men.
Jaws.
When I was younger, you know, I mean, I'm older, but I still keep myself clean. But I'm saying when I was out there, look,
Hey, Lan.
I kept myself squeaky clean because I didn't want no woman saying I went down and Lance stunk. Ain't nobody in this world gonna say that because I kept myself ready at all times. You know what I mean? That takes a certain awareness and and some guys wonder why they don't get certain attention. Well, clean your balls, brother. Clean your backside.
Yeah, shave.
Women don't understand that you go down there, you're gonna smell the backside too. If that's not clean, you know, I don't care how much in shape you are.
Yeah. Go buy some dude wipes. I mean, you know, some deodorant. I got body deodorant, brother.
She pushed him in the tub.
Yeah, man, shoot, body deodorant. I mean, I got deodorant, body deodorant, body spray. I got cologne.
So she's nice. She'll say, "Let's take a shower before we get into." You know what I mean?
There you go. I mean, that's the old school way. Hey, let's do something different.
And I'm not gonna lie, I don't mean any ratio, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard this from other men, but that whole female hygiene, I'm careful what I say, but that is unfortunately for the women, feminine hygiene, the issue. I hear that's almost exclusively a black woman's issue. I'm not gonna lie. Is that true? Do you hear that?
Well, I'll say one thing. I understand what you mean, but it all depends on who's having the conversation. Because if it's black folks having it, they're going to talk about it, and it may not just be. You see, a lot of times we assume white women are clean. I'm not saying I know all white women or I've been with none. I'm not saying that, but I remember after driving the bus in the daytime, and after Mrs. Scurv finished her job, we had a little night gig at this ritzy exclusive day spa in a ritzy part of Orlando, Florida. Easy. So we'd meet there after work. I'm in my bus uniform. And I would still come home and do shows, but we'd go in there and clean up, mop, wipe down certain areas, whatever have you. When it came time to go into that woman's bathroom, and I'd say it's about 98% white women that went into this spa. Man, nasty. You smelled them when you went in the bathroom. And we were there after hours. We had the key. And they wouldn't even dispose of their napkins properly. They wouldn't even wrap it up. Just throw in the garbage can just like that. So that told you a lot about them. So no, they got their issues too. Because I know brothers who have dealt that way. Like, man, that white girl was nasty. So why you gonna think she's cleaner than your sister? I'm not saying it to you because you got some sisters out here who, you start dealing with them and it's like, hey, I forgot I got to go to the store and get something, and you never come back. For real.
Yeah, because I heard that from other races of men. So I don't have a lot of experience with white women, I dealt with a Mexican before, but I heard from other races of men. I heard white men tell me and Hispanic men tell me some things about black women, and I'm like, oh no, that's not true. No, man, they say some things. I don't want to put it out there on YouTube. They told me some things. I'm like, oh really? They're like, yeah, bro. That's why I don't like dealing with black women. I'm like, okay,
At the end of the day,
yeah.
I just want to say, wise man, from my experience, at the end of the day, it depends on the woman who you deal with. It's just going to depend on the woman that you do deal with. You never really know until somebody takes off all their clothes and you inspect, everything, but generally speaking, it just depends on the person you're going to deal with. Like I said, this is YouTube and I'm trying to be, I don't want to get Lance kicked off here, but
right.
It's been, for me as a man, in terms of like, females I dated in the past, the smell was really a make or break kind of thing. And the hygiene is like make or break. A woman, she may not be that attractive, but if she smells good, to me, that was a big plus. But if you got a girl who's drop dead gorgeous and she got real bad body odor, it just kills the whole mood for me. It just killed everything. So it really just depends on the female, but it just depends on what you like and the type of female that you go for. It's unless you know her, like you all dating or you married, pretty much any woman you deal with out there is going to be a hit or miss kind of thing. That's the way it's been for me.
It must be said that all women have a scent, which can be beautiful, right? A scent. Every woman has a scent, a distinctive scent, especially when you inhale around the hairline, the scalp, the hairline, the hair. Their body has beautiful scent if they take care of themselves and they try to eat, not perfect, but all right. The body's working right. So you don't need the perfume. Their scent is a beautiful thing. Now, when you're not taking care of yourself and it's this odor, then we got issues because your body, your stomach may be backed up, constipated or something, accumulation of toxins and different things. But every woman has that beautiful scent. Now, when you see a baby and you hold the baby and they have that little baby scent to them, woman has that too when she takes care of herself over time. It's not a baby scent. It's a grown woman scent. The pheromones and the attraction and
estrogen.
All of those things. Yeah. So it doesn't mean where if you're clean and your body's clean and you sweat a little bit, it doesn't mean your arms are stinking. It may have a good scent to it. Powerful. And I don't mean powerful like, oh my God, that's bad, but subtle, but something that you can pick up on. And you something that's distinctive for that person. Because everybody's not going to have the same scent. But that's when you're really receptive to who you're dealing with. The chemistry. It's a really important thing on so many different levels.
And I noticed too, women that smell bad, I'm not gonna lie, are like, I'm careful what I say, but like, hood women, like smoke, drink a lot. So their pH balance might be off as well. Because that could affect a woman's hygiene as well, their pH balance. I know women that smoke a lot of marijuana, drunk a lot, they smell funny down there. I'm all like, and I did my research, I talked to some people that say, yeah, that can affect a woman's hygiene because if her pH balance is off, what else you think is going to be off? Same thing with a man, but it affects a woman more.
Right. The hormones and different things.
Different things.
That's true.
We went on a tangent, man. Let's get back to the BBL thing.
Yeah.
The BBLs.
Let me say this part.
The BBL.
Women equate their value with how much attention they get from men. Since men often lust after exaggerated shapes in entertainment, women feel they must surgically create those shapes to gain validation, love, or desirability. Right? So They're only following a twisted leader, and how men go crazy over certain exaggerated things. It doesn't mean he really wants to be with that person or that image that he sees on the video all the time. It doesn't mean that. It's a shock to his system. It's like salty food or a sugary drink. And you drink it because you're in that mood right now. You don't drink that all the time. If I told you, say, hey, listen, I'm going to get you a red Corvette. I'm going to give it to you for free. You're going to get tired of driving that red Corvette because it sticks out so much. You know what I mean? Like who wants to go to the high end all the time? Every night, it's not going to be this big fantasy or this big thing, whatever. Because in society, Lance, things are so imbalanced.
Lance, that's what I was mentioning about that extremism, like that chick I was telling you about from Brazil. I mean, like when she had this guy, the Brazilian guy was training her body. You could tell through strength. He had her lifting heavy weights, man. He had her squatting 315 pounds doing partial squats. Well, I don't know, because she was handling it, but you could tell she was strong, and when she was doing it, you could see the results. I'm saying, Brother Lance, you could see the results from the training. And it was working. But see, here's the thing, and this goes back to Wise Man's question earlier. You and I know that people tend to go for things that are complicated, the way it appears complicated. And what has happened with training in the gym and exercising, they have made simple, like if it's too simple, something is wrong with it. So this girl, she knows if she's simple, she got to work at it. So rather than continue working, she just decided that I'm going to go get this synthol butt, and she got synthol lips, and now she looks like a train wreck. She looks like a train wreck. Her butt, like you said, big apple bottom and little skinny legs. You see her, it's like, woman, what were you thinking about? Who told you to do this? But again, hey, if so-and-so doing it, if this girl doing it, if Buffy is doing it, if this girl doing it, then I'm going to go to the extreme.
You mean Buffy
and
the
that's
body?
What happened with her. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying she's doing it, but people see things and they're like, if they can do it, I can do it too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because Buffy the body, she's natural. She worked for it. That's natural.
Right, but what I'm saying is, because Buffy is natural, somebody's saying, well, I don't really want to work hard like Buffy naturally to get it. So it's easy for me to go get some synthol and just inject myself. And there it is in one day or whatever, the surgery. You see what I'm saying? In other words, what I'm saying is, Wise Man and listeners, somehow somebody got out here and commercialized the body so much that they said, you don't want to just progressively add weight to the bar. Yes, there's only so much weight a human being can lift until steroids is brought in the picture. Then you can take it a little bit further. But they told the people that being strong is a weakness, and that what you really want to do, you could train in the gym, but here, I'm going to inject this into your body to make it so you don't have to work as hard. The same thing with bodybuilding, with HGH and IGF and all these drugs. You don't have to work as hard.
Yeah,
you still got to work. You just don't have to work as hard, because as soon as, like Kelly said, as soon as you take the needles out the body just deflates. These drugs, anabolic steroid, and the IGF and human growth hormone. That's why you see these guys with these big guts.
Yeah, they call it GH gut.
Today.
They call it GH gut,
because when you're taking these growth hormones, everything in your body gets bigger. That's why it's called growth hormone.
I know a guy that plays football. He took that crap. He said his head got bigger. His because he broke. See, he had some kind of surgery. He had to take human growth hormone. He said his head got bigger. His hands got bigger. He was crazy.
Yep.
I said, dang. He said that stuff works, man. It's dangerous
Look
though.
at an old photo of Chris Dickerson. Chris Dickerson, about Mr. Olympia. He won it in '82, I believe. Look at his elbow. Not photos of him from the early 70s, but look at photos of him like 79, 80, even 82. His elbow is sticking out like a hard-boiled egg. It's crazy. And it's the growth hormones he was taking, because you'll grow beyond your genetic blueprint, because it's already designated when you're born, your height. Now you can eat something and get heavier, but your height and your weight are pretty much predetermined unless you overdo something. You're not going to change that.
Right.
But with the growth hormone, the skeleton will even grow. Just like back in the day, I've known guys that have gotten black market STH and growth hormone, the gorilla kind, right? And they've had little characteristics over their eyes. It's like a little overhang, like when a boxer gets hit in the face so much, you get that gorilla look. And you can't change that. The reason why Tony Pearson, the bodybuilder from way back in the day, when he was trying to sport himself around and give that Michael Jackson look, well, he had some growth hormone issues that he had to actually shave down over his eyes, the bone. And then he went for that look with the hair and a little bit of makeup, and his body looked all right and everything, but he had issues that way. There's a lot of things that go on out here that we don't know about, even in the regular world. I mean, there was something that was shared with me from somebody close to me that I can't say it. I can't say who and whatever, they have connections, whatever. I can't put that out just out of respect to the family. But there's all kind of stuff going on with chemicals and drugs, whether we know it or not. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Brother Lance, I was to say this, that as you know, like the human body, like from the time we're infants, it secretes a certain amount of human growth hormone throughout the day. But then as we get closer, let's say 18 or 19, then the body starts to secrete less. Now, even now, at our ages past 18, it still secretes, but not as much as it did when we were infants. Because like you said, the genetic blueprint is already determined that we're supposed to be a certain height. Our eyes are supposed to be a certain color. Based on, in terms of growth, human growth, we're supposed to be a certain height. We'll just say height. So when they continue to take this human growth hormone, the drug, like Lance said, everything just keeps on growing. It just growing. The heart gets bigger, all this stuff. So this is one of the reasons why they have this big gut. Now, going back to, not to go on a tangent, going back to these BBLs, if these women only knew that, well, I guess you could say, going back to what Lance said, the only reason why they're doing it because men are giving them the attention. But at some point, it's getting to a point where it's just getting out of control. And it's like, it's just, you don't need that. Just go in the gym, train, find a good trainer who understands how the body works, and build your body naturally. And actually, you'll feel better because you feel a sense of accomplishment because you gained the knowledge, you applied the knowledge, and you got the results. And the package that you put together, the sculpture, this body you put together is from your hard work and from your efforts, from your diet, from your rest, and everything above a process. Right. But once you take the synthol booty, you just jumped over the process.
Yeah. And it's natural. You'll hold on to it when you do it, and the esteem that it gives you, the confidence that it gives you.
Yeah.
I haven't been in the gym, but somebody put a gun to my head and say, I can only give you 6 months to just look phenomenal and change the way you look. I'll shock them. They'll be like, yo, this dude's on drugs. No, I'm not. It's just I know what to do.
You know, like Frank Zane, the chemist.
Exactly. What I'm saying, like, okay, you know how to ride a bike. If 20 years go by, you still know how to ride that bike. I know how to ride a unicycle. It's sitting here with me I see it every day. I'm gonna start getting on it, and but I haven't forgotten how to ride that. Once you get to a certain point, and you know,
right?
Mentally you conquered that already. It's the unknown that puts fear in people's heart. When you know it and you've mastered it, you move forward with no fear. And most people are fearful to push themselves. Yeah. See, that's the thing. People are afraid especially when they're younger. You have a little health issue, you get older, you're not just going to jump in the gym like Rocky and try to kill it. But when you're younger, you better be ready to get down as long as you don't have any health issues. And that's, I said, look, these dudes can take all the drugs they want, but I'll match a muscle for muscle. I put a drug dude to shame in the gym one day. I'll put his name. He's a little buddy of mine, but Brett, he had a crappy attitude for a long time. And this guy from the waist up could have been Mr. Olympia from Jersey. This back in the early 80s. And he didn't like the fact that I didn't take drugs and I was going into shows and doing good, but he was insecure. The guy had no legs. He didn't have no legs. His leg training was minimal. And for all the stuff he was taking, his arms were huge, chest, shoulders. It's like, God, dog, even in his face, he didn't look normal. His face was so drugged out. He had that look. And he always had mouth for me. So I said, listen, we know what you're doing. I'm not even knocking you on that. But I will match you muscle for muscle from the waist up, and I will blow you away from the waist down because my thighs were a strong point. And he ain't saying nothing. And I was ragging him. I thought he was going to try to punch you in the face or something. You know, he's way bigger than I am, but you get the point. I had stripped down also in the gym. They're like, yo, Scurv, you challenging him. Like, what you going to do, Brett? And he had no confidence. It's a confidence thing. If you're confident as a woman and you're not falling victim to all of this stuff in the media, and you know your body, it's not going to come from the external. It's going to come from the internal, from what you do with yourself, and a well-rounded outlook on your personal development, the mental, the spiritual, not just the physical. I've known I'll put it this way. I've known women who would be considered fat. They weren't worried about BBLs or whatever. And yeah, their health, they could have took care of better, but they were so awesome on a mental and spiritual level. I just couldn't keep from being around them. I've known girls who are straight skinny. I'm going to say it the street way, with no ass. They bedazzled me. They turned me on. They rocked my world. Because it wasn't just about, let me take out the tape measure and wrap it around your backside. They were sensuous. They were romantic. They knew how to speak. They were ladylike, feminine. That was foreplay before anything else. And when we touch, it was electric. I'm not saying any one in particular, but I've been around the block. Y'all know that. But those types. And it wasn't wrapped down into measurements. I've known some dead fish. It didn't mean they had to be swinging from the chandeliers. It's just like, okay, I'm made up and I go to the gym and I think my body's okay. So I'm going to lay here. You got to get off on my beauty. Where's your energy? I can get more satisfaction, and I'm speaking as a man. I can get more satisfaction sitting down and talking to a woman. I'm a married man. I'm saying as a man overall, my basic wiring. I can sit down and have a conversation that's more orgasmic than a woman just tearing out open all her orifices. And I mean more orgasmic. We're not even talking about sex. We're talking about concepts and different things. You saw the conversation that me and Kelly had when I put it up last night. For such a long time after the workout, we sit up and talk like that, take a walk or go sit down and get something to eat, whatever have you. And for the record, me and her never had sex. We never had sex.
You're not saying that because Miss Scurv is listening.
No, I know. You're not saying that because... No, I know. No, but she knows how I am. Right. I know. She's like, oh, you crazy, whatever. But no, I tell her so people can relate. And I say these things on the premise that, you know, she's sleeping, but she might come back a year from now and hear this one.
Right.
I mean, she's with me, so I am the podcast. So all day long I'm talking. So she's like, I'm not going to go in there and really listen to do more talking, hear more talking. Right. But I have to say it because there are a lot of young men who come in and ask me different things. And I put my stuff out there to to a point. Kelly taught me a lot of things. It was funny because when we went to that mansion, that one in particular, with the guy who came out for the tax evasion, he owned all this real estate. This guy was filthy rich.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were there were all these middle-aged, some young, all these white women who were there salivating over me. But that's what I was there for, just to present myself on an entertainment level. And Kelly was there for that also. Kelly didn't have sex with nobody. And she was protective over me. I'll never forget one of the lines she said, "Lance, don't get with any of these women. They'll corrupt you." see, but she took her clothes off and danced and that's what she did.
Mm-hmm.
But at that time, she wasn't laying around.
Mm-hmm.
And when her and I were close in the gym and they'd see me hanging out with her, whatever, and I hung out with different people. They had me laying up with every woman they saw me with when it wasn't that way.
Mm-hmm.
They had different levels of connection where they were comfortable around me. You know, when you go to a modeling fashion show and people are model, I'm not a model, never been, but because of my body back in that time, I got, invited to some low level stuff for me to wear things, or it's a body thing or whatever have you. And when you into what you're doing, when you go backstage, what you think? The women are like, "Oh no, don't look at me." They get naked and switch into the next outfit because they got to be back out there again. And so I see the body a certain way. Me personally, and that's just me personally, I'm always like in doctor mode. Not like I'm looking at you clinical as a woman, right? But for me, I have to tell myself, okay, I'm gonna relax and get into something sensuous here. But I'm not, ooh. I'm too cerebral for that. I notice the bodies, I see the bodies, but it's not one step like that. And if we had more men like that, I'm not patting myself on the back. We all see things, but a lot of these women wouldn't, that get the BBLs, if they see that really has no value for a well-rounded man, they wouldn't do it. They're only following the crowd and this insecurity that they're not enough. They're looking sideways. They're acting confident, but they're not really confident. Because I could sniff a person out, confident or not, whether they're confident, insecure, or hiding behind something. I love being able to discern these things. When I go out in the street and I'm quiet and I'm walking and just observing people, I can read people like a cheap novel most of the time. And I love the real people. I click with them immediately. Some people I meet, you'll see us, it's like, damn, you must know them a long time. Nah, that's just the way it is. That's just the flow. Most of the time, I'm rope-a-doping. I'm rope-a-doping strange people because they coming at me with this weird energy, and I don't be bothered. Not that I'm better than anybody else, but it goes deep. But that insecurity thing, that drives people so much. I was out today, for a while, and I was itching to write something about insecurity, and I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Some thoughts were hitting me that I never thought before. I'm like, oh, I gotta put that down on paper. Insecurity drives a lot of the things that we do, and it's based out of our childhood most of the time. And we don't shake it. We don't even realize it. It's a silent frenemy. We know it well. We don't want to acknowledge it, but it's driving us to do things and waste time that are not necessary. Like I said before, when I was driving the bus in Orlando, Florida, and I would come up on a bus stop, and there's a bunch of people there. Let's just say there's 10 people there. Subconsciously, they don't realize how they're giving away what they're insecure about. You'll see the woman whip out her makeup and put more makeup on. Make sure makeup is all right. You'll see a dude with a t-shirt on with a little gut. And he's trying to stand there like he got muscles. You'll see another lady put her hand over her stomach. And a lot of women, they feel they're heavy and they take a picture or whatever and they put their hand over the stomach. The shirt's covering everything up, but you're telling me what you're insecure about. There are women who take, they got their boyfriend and they take a little sensuous picture or something on their phone and send it to them, and they put their hand over the stomach. The most confident people, the most confident women that I've seen are the ones who have a little bit of belly. And it don't even bother them because they know they're such a full package. They can cook. They can talk.
There's more to them than just that belly.
Right. They pay their bills. They're independent and they're confident. So what if I got a little belly? There's more to me as a woman. I'm not saying it. Don't soundbite me. Listen, I got enemies who soundbite things and put it up. I'm paraphrasing women. There's more to them as a woman, and you're gonna focus on a belly. I'm not saying if you're hanging out with a, like you got to use a wheelbarrow to walk around, but just little things. Those are irrelevant. And in your development as a mature human being, yes, we'll go to the gym to correct this and that, but you're not supposed to freak out and put all this attention on this stuff and neglect everything else. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, Brother Lance, that's very well said. And you know what I would like to know? I would like the ladies to chime in because you have some of the most intelligent viewers. I was looking at some of the comments in the chat, and they seem like very knowledgeable people. And I would just like to hear what the ladies have to say. Because it's always it's good to hear their point of view, especially on these things when you're talking about body alterations.
If they would type it in,
I'd love to hear from them.
I just dropped the link again.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from them because I remember years ago, there was this girl, she was in the gym and we were just talking about just getting in shape. And I said, so what are you looking for? Are you looking to tone or you want to do this? She said, I want to have a bigger butt. And then I looked at her, glanced at her. I said, what's wrong with the one you got now? I said, there's nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I want it bigger. I said, no, but it's fine the way it is now.
Why don't they make the
she
smaller?
She felt she could do that too.
Right.
she could do that too. But see, yes, sir.
Hey, panel, how y'all doing? Lance, I've been
fine, sir.
I'm coming, from Chicago. We got like a storm going on, but I kept trying to get on, but it was like an echo real bad. But I'm through. I guess I'm through it now. But Lance, you know the old song from back in the day. Can I say it?
Yeah.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, hey, Lance.
Look.
Hey, Lance, what I'm saying is, we as black men dictate everything, and I want us to realize that we got the whole world in a frenzy over big butts, and this is why our sisters are doing this. Why these women are doing it? It's to attract the black man. To be honest, I know a lot of women that have BBL from black, white to Hispanic. They doing this because of black men. They know what black men want. Everybody wants a black man. They can say what they want to say, but black men is a hot commodity. And that's why it's so wild like that, because when you talk to brothers, the first thing they say, I like the ass. And that's why they're doing it. That's what it's about. Like my man said earlier, it's about the attention. They love the attention from it. And Lance, you know too, from back in the day, I seen your bodybuilding pictures because I bodybuild too. And Lance, you remember back in the day, you had a select few people that worked out, right?
Yeah.
It was considered, oh, y'all look nasty, the veins and all this stuff. You got everybody, mom and father and kids working out now because they like my other man said on the panel, because they love the attention they can get.
Right.
That's what it's all about. Everything is about flesh nowadays, and it's really sad because you're not really getting to know somebody's heart and their mind anymore. It's about
there you go.
How the parents look, and it's really sad.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah. And you know what, Brother Lance, I could add to what he's saying, having been in the military and traveled abroad and ran into different types of females. What he's saying is true. We as blacks, we are like trendsetters in the world. Yep. And you see these women, I mean, from all over the world, they want to get that. Even if they're not getting injections, these women up here, they doing hip thrusts with 400 pounds. They loading up the bar on the Smith machine. They loading it up. I'm like, wow, that's impressive. Even I have to say, man, that's impressive. They serious.
And if you can remember, a lot of these white women, when they were in school and much younger, when they would see the other sisters who were younger too, but they had their little shapes, they would make fun of them. They make fun of the skin tone, the lips, the backside. But who's trying to get the lips and the skin tone and the backside? Which our women have an abundance.
The
The
irony.
ones who want to stay natural and work themselves, you know, but it's an energy thing, even so.
Yes, sir.
But even the attractiveness, the basic attractiveness of a woman with hips to bear children, even when a man doesn't think that, you know what I mean? Just like when a woman sees a strong man, not just physically, but a man who can solve problems, a man who has vision, a man who has drive, a man who's going somewhere. And she's like, man, I'd love to have his children. She may not consciously say that, but all of this ties in. When you see a feminine woman, there are so many masculine women these days. Yes, women in the corporate world and the workforce in the modern day, they got to deal with a male-dominated and Caucasian-dominated situation. They got to be tough. You know, they got to do. But when they come home, maintain being a woman. Doesn't mean weak. Doesn't mean you're weak. I as a man and you as a woman, we fit like lock and key. If we know our roles together, we're synergistic, where we're like 25 people combined instead of just two. Trying to play roles that are unnatural to us. This is why in a society, they're trying to make the black man effeminate and masculinize the black woman. And when they see us together in the media, they don't want to promote that. They don't want to inspire people to work along that way because it's too powerful.
The masculine black man, a masculine, sorry, cut you off. A masculine black man is the ultimate man. Every man looks up to the masculine alpha male black man. They can't show that. They don't want they don't want, how can I say, what's that brother that played Shaft? Roundtree.
Richard Roundtree.
Richard Roundtree. They don't want that. They don't want an alpha male, bro. They don't want masculine black men. They can't stand that. They see that. White women get like, oh, you know, it's too powerful.
Right.
When you out in public, if you see a white woman with a sister, I'm gonna say sister's ass because we sisters naturally got it. I've noticed you see a white woman with a sister ass, when she see a black ass, she try to make it notice why you ain't looking at me like you look at your sister. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everything depends on what, like my other man was saying from the military, he just said it too. We dictate this whole world, and like Lance said, it's energy. Lance, have you seen like on on social media a lot of these white men be begging these black ass to knock them out, and they get hit. They be like, oh, like it feels good, like they strange.
Right, they want to feel the power they don't have.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn. Terrible.
It's like they absorbing our energy, like Lance was saying. They want to interact with us, and it's crazy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Always want to be cool with you. If they're not hating on you, the ones who don't have that kind of thing in them, they want to be cool with you, especially when you're in the gym, admiring you. I'm not saying they're homos. It's just that it's something about our energy.
Yep.
They love the boxing matches. They love to see us in action that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Brother Lance, isn't there an old saying that all children want to be like their fathers, their parents?
Yeah. I wanted to be like mine. He was strong, he had his muscles, and he did martial arts, powerlifting, all this stuff.
Now think about what I just said.
Him, he was strong. Yeah.
Right. Think about that. All children want to be like their parents.
Mm-hmm.
We're the original people.
There you go.
We are the original people. We're the oldest people on the planet. So the youngest people, well, technically the youngest people are Latinos, but white people being one of the youngest people on the planet, they want to look up to the oldest people.
Right. We're not black because we curse. We black because we first.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. I love what you said. Man, that's real talk right there.
You can see that we're the original. I mean, even just how we deal with the sun. We get hit by the sun. We need sunscreen a little bit. That's not a bit like black folks don't need sunscreen, but we can tolerate the sun and natural environment a lot better than they can.
Yeah.
That's our recharge. See,
yes, sir.
That's like getting a cell phone that's charging up. They don't want us charged at our fullest power.
Right.
We can take more damage in here.
We're just looking at the situation for what it is. We're not hating on anybody. but we're just
Right.
telling it like
Right.
it is.
That's right.
You know.
I was watching a podcast today, and they was just talking about herbal or herbs and healing the body. And this guy, it was a white guy. I think he's like a doctor, and he was talking to this other guy from over in England, I think. And the guy was saying that the problem with back problems, a lot of back problems going on in the world. So the guy he was talking, the guy has a lot of knowledge. The white guy has a bunch of knowledge. Of course, he got it from us. The guy said, "So what did you do about your back problems?" He was kind of shy saying it. He said, "I went to Africa." He said, "What you mean you went to Africa and got healed?" He said, "I started dancing," and he said the energy that the Africans that dance and the music healed his body. And I said, Lance said that energy, man. And we just as people don't get it yet. And I'm just hoping for us to just snap out of it and just realize what it's about with us. It won't be no world without us. Just put it like that.
That's right. We hold it together, and they know that. That's why they tell you, go back to Africa as soon as you leave. And well, why do you want to go there? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hey, Lance, you know what I like? I would like you to do a live, and have people call and ask you, since from your perspective of what's going on over there, we can just call and ask you questions about the food, the herbs.
Sure.
Yeah, I would love that. That'd be a nice little topic too. I would love to do that.
What I'll do is set up a live and do it through my phone where you can see where I am. I'll go down to the market. And
cool. Yeah,
you'll be there live with me.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
There you go. That'll work.
I just have to ask, what do you think would be the best time overall? Because I know, with the work schedules and the 4-hour difference from the west or the East Coast and the 7-hour difference on the West Coast, I want to make it applicable. It would probably be like kind of early for you, but later on for me, but not too late because it gets dark. It's like 6:15, 6:20. But for me to go out there and walk around and y'all keep me company, put my phone on a full charge and just stream live right there.
Yeah, because
and ask the questions to the people right there. I'll let y'all come on in live and talk to the people. Show them things. I'm brave. I'll go anywhere. I go. There's no hood out here that I'm scared of going to, and no affluent area that I can't go to. Didn't mean to say hood, but poor to the rich, whatever.
In Chicago, Lance, our people are they ignorant to. I hate to say it, but we ignorant to Africa, and they don't want to listen. And it's all about Chicago. Chicago is so corrupt. It's ridiculous, man. Like these brothers up here trying to change, but the system won't let them change. They polluting the neighborhoods with the guns and the drugs.
I understand.
And like, kill. They basically want us to wipe each other out, basically. And it is real.
Let me tell you something. I was out there in 2004.
Yeah.
And I was at a hotel. I forgot the name. You'll probably know it. It was across the street from the art museum. And behind it was that little train, the elevator train that curves, but I took the street, that main street there, all the way down, because up from where the art museum was, you had these little water fountains that came out of these little big things that had lights and images.
Yeah.
So I walked downtown. Okay, right. So I'm downtown right there, right? So you know me, I'm adventurous, right? And I knew how to keep my body language in check. I wasn't gonna sit there. I walked more and more south. So I saw a dude out there. We started talking. So he's like, "Oh, where you from?" I said, "I live in Orlando, but I'm a New Yorker." He said, "Where you going down there?" I said, "I just want to walk around." He said, "Man, be careful." I'm like, this is, so I kept walking. So I ended up going so far down, there was another elevated line, and there was a restaurant there on that street under the elevated line in the so-called, what they would call the hood. And it was this famous black restaurant, a little small spot. I went in there and ate, and I forgot the name. So
was it like Uncle Remus or
No, it wasn't that. It was another name that
Harold's
everybody knows.
Harold's Chicken.
Like
Harold Chicken.
Like what did you eat, Lance? You know what did you eat? What did you?
Well, they had soul food. They had like black cuisine. You know, chicken, different stuff.
Somebody make authors. You got
what's that name again?
McAuthors.
It might have been, but that doesn't ring the bell. When I hear it, I know it. It was.
Okay.
You come down from downtown where the art museum was and all that. You just come straight down, and I looked to the right. Once I got under that next elevated line of the train, it was right there. But I know it was a black neighborhood. So when I got out of there, I hooked a left and got more into the black neighborhood.
Right.
You know, this brother standing around. I knew what was going on.
Right.
But my body language, I kept it in check. I wasn't staring like, oh man, they're looking at me. I'm walking like I know where I'm going.
Right.
I'm peeping stuff.
Right.
But they started whistling and stuff like that. They thought maybe I was looking for something to buy or whatever. So I turned the corner. I got up and out of there because they knew I was like a old roach in a new kitchen. I didn't know where I was.
Right.
But I took it back straight up and I was all right. But you know, they saw my body language. But because I'm clean cut and I keep myself shaved up and stuff, a lot of times they're like, yo, that's the popo. It happened when I first moved to Orlando. Yeah. Because I was so, when I moved to Orlando, man, you know, I'm seeing palm trees and so I'm thinking, oh, this is the area I was in. When I first moved down there, in the first apartment I had was in the straight hood. When I went there in the daytime, it was quiet and everything was nice. So before I started working, nighttime I'm up, my friends are calling me like 3 a.m, like, yo, how is it down there? Whatever. So I'm like, I'm gonna take a walk. So I'm walking and I see these chicks on the corner. They were real tall. I'm like, what they doing out here this time of night? I knew what it was. But when I got real close, I realized they weren't chicks. How you doing, baby? You look good. I was like, oh man, these are dudes out here. You know what I mean? But it was a different way. And then when I took my bike one night and went all the way down, I found myself on the worst street. The dudes are looking at me. They all got up on their porches and stuff. And then, because they thought I was the cops, I'm riding around, you know, all clean cut, riding around 3 a.m. So they didn't know who I was. Mm-hmm. So I got 2 blocks down and the cops rolled up on me. And they're looking at me. Say, hey, they didn't know hey, what are you doing around here? So I'm riding my bike, man. Do you know what kind of area this is? You're not from here, are you? So when the cops stopped me, the dudes who were down there selling drugs, they were looking up like, aha, he's out here to buy something from us so they can bust us. And I knew that's what it was. So I took another street. And I didn't realize, you know, but at the same time, I know I can handle myself, but I ain't Superman. Right. But out here, you don't get it. There's certain areas out here where the poverty in certain areas, you have, and this is off topic, but they have a thing called red. And it's a red pill. And it's some type of opioid. And it's not like the crack epidemic, but a lot of young guys, they get this drug and they spaz out. They're like out of their mind. Not violent. Yeah. They talking to themselves, nodding out, falling asleep. And it's like the pain of not being able to earn or make a living because the economy is bad for some who are unskilled. That's an escape for them, you know. But they'll eye you up and down. They're not going to try to come beat you up, but they'll try in the worst areas. They'll try to snatch something from you. Then you got the women out here who, in these areas, they selling themselves. Now, when I go in these areas, I'm gonna come with a crew of people. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna have a nice camera. I need a couple guys with me, whatever. I don't have to fight nobody. You know what I mean? I'm not scared of that, but I don't want to put myself in a situation where you're outnumbered.
Wait, Lance. We talking about Africa right now? Or we talking about using or Florida?
No, we talking about Africa.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. There's the good and bad and ugly of Africa in the bigger cities, which many people who come here and settle and live, they want to go up in the mountains. I'm not saying the city is bad like that. It's very safe. It's safe. You just have people who might be thinking, okay, you from America, you from somewhere else. You know, you have a couple CDs, you know, that's the currency here, the CDs, whatever. But they're not gonna. But I'm saying when you go,
okay, I mean to cut you off, but Chicago, we known for drill music, basically killing music. It
No,
didn't reach it didn't reach for, out there in Africa, all over the world. I heard.
you mean as far as the folks killing each other?
Yeah. Well, Chicago was kind of like we started the drill movement. The Lil Durks, the Chief Keefs. I don't know if you know about them. And I interact with all of them before, and I had
Oh yeah,
conversations with
Chief
them and
Keef.
all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lil Durk, y'all, like I said, Lance. I mean, you got to talk off this, and I'll tell you my history, and we'll talk about it. But I
Oh
interact
yeah,
with
yeah.
all of them.
But what I want to do, and I'm gonna wait a little while. It's not another 2 or 3 weeks, like I said. I got some things I got to get done, but I do want to go down and videotape, certain areas and show you the differences because you have full range out here. But even in the bad, what they call the bad areas where people don't go, it's not like Chicago or certain parts of New York or whatever. But it's different because the folks that are there, they looking, they hungry. They and I don't mean just hungry for food, but it's like when they see you stepping out, it's like, what's this dude doing down here?
Right.
They size you up, but they're not going to do nothing. They ain't going to stab you or shoot you. It's like I told this crackhead guy one time in New York. Man, I got a gun. I said, man, I'm not scared of you with no gun because you smoking crack. You probably want to sell it first before shooting me and catching a charge. You know what I'm saying? So you can't go there with that.
Hey, is it you out there? They follow you. They like the beggars are really bad out there. Is it you? They follow you.
Well, they'll annoy you, and I'm not saying it in a condescending way, like I'm better than anybody, but they can get annoying. And the ones who there's two up in the village. One is a wino. Hey man, can you? And one is one who's messing with drugs, but he's like a household dude that everybody knows, and he's annoying. And he keeps following me and whatever. I might go somewhere and spend some money, and he sees it. Hey, can I made the mistake of giving him some money before the first time. I didn't know how he got down, but it's not a violent thing. The most violent thing they might do is snatch your phone. That's what a lot of these guys do. You're sitting in the passenger side or the driver's side. You had the phone in your ear, and it's right by the window. Motorcycles drove by. They snatch it out your hand real quick. And you can't jump over the cars and go between the cars like the motorcycles can. Any Uber or anybody that a taxi driver and you're with them and you're on your phone, they'll tell you, oh, no, brother, put your phone down. Somebody might snatch it. But you don't see that all the time. But like I said, even in the areas that your radar may seem not to work, like when you go down some places that are busy, but it's dark, you're actually still safe. Trust me. I'm going out just to take a ride on a van when I first got down here and go down into some of the roughest areas. And I was all right because they picked up on my body language. They ain't gonna mess with me. They can see it in you. If you walk around looking up and, oh man, where am I? And, could you help me? And get out all your money, whatever. Yeah, they size you up. If you look like you're gonna bring back a fight to them, like it's not gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be a problem because sometimes a lot of the guys here can be they can be very intimidating. It's just a different vibe. Even regular dudes, you see them walking down the street and oh, good evening, sir. But you didn't expect that. You thought they might have been thugging it. I'm like, oh, I got to replace my radar with something different. They'll more smile with you and try to rip you off by finessing you, legitimately finessing you in the daytime. Oh, my brother, I have a good deal here, so and so. And you get ripped off. Not what they do. You gave it up that way because you thought you was getting something good.
Right.
But that's to me, they can be more intimidated by you as a black man too, and they know you're from somewhere else because of what they see on the videos and the movies from the United States. Yes. And I've talked to enough people here. Honestly, I'm saying, okay, I try to get them on camera, but they don't want to get on camera. The general consensus is that you guys go, and I'm saying it this way, you guys go from 0 to 60 in 1.2 seconds with the anger. And y'all want to fight, and y'all want to, they got us as being violent.
Yes.
You see what I mean? Confrontational, violent.
Oh, Lance, you when you go on YouTube, you can just watch like the little hood pranks and stuff. How the guys be so quick to pull out that pistol and to it be small stuff, Lance, and they just lose it.
Exactly.
And they watching this. Oh, this is what I got to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, this is what I get.
Even in normal transactions, the women can sometimes be. I'm a little more known in the areas that I go, right? So we cool. There's a lot of people who know me. They come shake me. Hey man, I haven't seen you in a while. Whatever. Other people see that over time. You might be on the van. I might be on there telling jokes or something. And people next time they see me, even earlier, hey, you were so funny on the van. But when they first see you, they're like, oh, let me just be careful with this guy, because I always carry a serious look on my face. Not trying. That's just how I am from the city. Sometimes I look mad, you know what I mean? And I got to try to get away from that, because when I get deep in thought, my face gets really serious.
Right.
And then people are very tentative sometimes. When I break a smile and say good morning and do just like everybody else here, I'm cool. It's just, again, that the economy here, even though it's gotten better with the exchange rate and the economy has gotten better, the opportunities are still not here. And people, you see them in the street, at the intersections, they're selling stuff. At first, I was like, man, these folks are enterprising. They have to be. There's no opportunities, and so they have to.
So, Lance, I know I hear a lot of stuff about Africa because I interact with, Chicago is a melting point, with just like New York. It's a bunch of different nationalities, everything.
Yeah, melting pot.
Some of the Africans I talk to, I know they say American blacks they talk they be real with me. I ask them, what is it about why y'all interact? They say we don't trust y'all. Y'all slaves. Y'all stupid. Y'all don't take the opportunities that we take. They say they taking their money back to Africa, and they'll fuck with you for a little bit. I'm sorry, can I say the fuck word or no?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, okay. They'll mess with you for a little bit, then they'll be like, I got to stick with my people, my African people, and it is a division, like you said, and they say it's an opportunity over here, but then it's like they don't want to mess with you like that.
Yeah, see, it all depends, because you can have different levels. Okay, understand that even out here in Ghana, because remember the mindset in different countries. See, and I know there's 54 different countries in Africa, different cultures, different languages, different ways of eating food. There's common threads through all of them, but there's distinctive parts of it also that's a little different. Like Ghana is known as being one of the most peaceful African countries, as opposed to a Nigeria. But then if you have a affluent Nigerian who lives in an affluent area that's gated, he'll tell you something different. So you got to understand the social status of the person talking, right? So there's a lot of misperception because of social media, and there's a lot of education going through because of social media. Because here there's a lot of classism. You have people here who were born and raised in Ghana. Let's just say, for example, to an affluent family, went to great schools, traveled abroad, probably went to the UK or America, but most of the UK to get educated, maybe work there. And when they come back, I'm not saying everybody, they'll look down on the Ghanaians that are here. They'll look down on them bad.
They switch up on them.
Oh, yeah. And they came out of the womb that way. If they were raised, and some people, I've known people who are affluent here that I've been introduced to, been to their homes, because I'm flexible. I can rock on a street corner and I can go to that's the way I am. And they're just so gracious and kind and nice. They share, they help people out. So you got to understand the class that you're talking to. I'm not saying you don't know, but that's like racism over here. You have folks who drive some expensive vehicles, and they're driving through maybe a rough neighborhood or a poor neighborhood, little kid come up to beg, you know, say, hey, I'm hungry or something like that. And they'll cuss that kid out, shove him down to the ground and drive off. I've seen that. I've seen that. So now when they speak about their perceptions of Americans, Black Americans, you're going to get a mixed bag, but it's not where everybody here thinks that one way. Because I know some who travel back and forth and know the deal, and they tell people out here how it is. But the biggest misperception is that America's on top. You go there, you're going to make a lot of money. It's easy out here in America. And depending, because some people may say that, you know, they may be in money and, you know, they may say, hey, I don't have no problems. But that's the perception. But there's words being put in the mouths between our communications because the algorithms will allow certain videos to go out more of people demonizing Africans or Africans demonizing Black Americans, because the ultimate goal is to have us not be together. Earlier today, I was out rounding about, and I was just so relaxed. And when I came back on the van, there's some nice songs playing that are very popular out here with the Ghanaian artists. There's a lot of songs I like now because September 16th comes, I'll be here 5 years. So I have accrued a lot of memories. It's not like I'm just a new jack. I mean, I'm not here 20 years yet, but I'm like, wow, you know, and I felt relaxed. I felt good. Felt a little sleepy. I thought I was going to have to take a nap before I did the show, but I was really feeling good. At the same time, there's a lot of things that need to improve with the country. This is not America. You know what I mean? There's certain amenities you have in America that's readily available more so, but that feeling of being home, not saying it, but it's weird in a way for me. And I'm not saying it's really weird. That's a figure of speech. But it's weird for me to be out in another country when I really think about it. Born and raised in New York City, moved down to Orlando for 19 years. I'm an American. I got Ghanaian citizenship, but I still dream like I'm in America. You know what I mean? That's my root. But I feel this thing here. And I felt it when I first came here. Yeah, there are things that annoy you. The customer service is so slow. You know what I mean? There's things that,
but you have more freedom though.
Yeah, I feel so much. I feel, man, there's, and it's not going to come off of you right away, but you will feel it.
What do you mean by freedom? What's your definition? Sorry to cut you off. What do you mean by you feel more free? I understand the restrictions here in America, the redlining, of course, racism, right? White supremacy. But what do you mean by the freedom? Explain that.
I have a feeling of empowerment that I can do whatever it is that I want to do, meaning that I'm not going to go out there and stick somebody up with a pistol. You know what I mean? I'm not thinking about that. But I have that feeling, even though there may not be the readily available opportunities, like you can enroll in this school real quick and do this, and there's groups of people that are doing this and they're gardening or they're doing Photoshop, or a lot of people want to do stuff out here, but they just don't have the resources, but they want to do it. And some have the resources, but for me, the pressure to not have to look over my shoulder, you don't know. I'm not saying everybody's different, but you don't know how much it means when that thing finally dissipates off of you. You're not even worried. And I don't worry, but you're not always having to calculate. Like this might happen or that might happen, or what's this mean? It's just chill. Yeah, I'm an American and I'm here. And some will look at me different. Some may even be a little disgruntled. Like, okay, you're coming over here and you're living the high life. We know you got this big money. I don't have no big money. I got to budget my money too. I'm retired. I'm 62 years old, man. I'm not saying it to you, but I'm just saying, like, don't I deserve to get a little something? And I gotta wait. I'm like, I don't have enough money to do this. I gotta wait till next month or whatever. You see what I mean?
You're right.
Yeah.
I know we off topic because we talking about the BBL.
No, we good. We good.
But hey, Lance, we got a lot of different topics we could talk about, and
bring it.
Hey, wise guy.
Yeah.
That thing. What's the other guy name that was on the military guy? Is he still on
Oh,
there?
Bose. Brother Bose.
Brother, yeah, Boz, yeah.
Brother Bob, he still
I'm always
there?
calling you Bose like Bose speakers Boz. I got to keep remembering that.
Hey,
yeah, like the speakers.
I say us four, we can start a nice little podcast because I'm good on this Saturday night. This Lance, you
Yeah, let me know your
start.
nights, man. I'm good. I'm gonna always do something like this on a Saturday night and any other night. Just hit me up.
We can do all type of things. It's so much stuff to talk about that people want to hear this, but they just don't got the outlet. Lance, you didn't woke up a monster.
Yeah.
I got so many topics I can put out there, and we can just go. You know who Lance? I know you know.
Man, that's what I'm into, man. All these years I've been doing this stuff. Even though they took away a lot of my work,
you see how
I'm not
Cameron
stopping.
and Lance then took off. Cameron and Mason took off with their little podcast.
Right.
Lance, we got so much stuff to talk about. It's like, Lance, I want to hit you so bad in your DM. What if say, Lance, look at this, check this out. Look at this. Look what these motherfuckers do. Look what's going on. And it's like,
yep.
Go ahead, brother. Can you believe this?
Us four can
blow it up,
podcast, and it's gonna blow this whole world out the water. And it's like, Lance, I know you got a lot of stuff. You got Wise guy, you got a lot of stuff. Brother Bros, you got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff. We can get together, set this up, and we can take off with this because it's so much stuff I can. Oh man.
Listen, I'll talk about anything. Any topic you want to bring up, that's my challenge to the world. I'll talk about it and I'll be frank about it, no matter what it is.
Hey, Lance can tell you about that time when he ran out of that apartment, 3 times butt naked.
Yep.
Jumped through the window.
Yep.
Ran out the fire escape.
That's right. Ball swinging.
Butt naked.
Yep. Bro, let me ask you something. Like, I know a lot of military guys. I asked them would they do the military all over again. Majority of them said no. What would you say?
Man, I'll say this. I would say that I met some good people when I was in the camaraderie aspect.
Okay.
Would I probably do it again? It's like 50-50.
Okay.
It's like 50-50.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you do get something out of it.
You know, like for me, my first duty assignment, I was stationed in Japan. They took me straight to the Far East. And at first I hated it because I had a girl in the States at the time, this girl I was going to marry. But what's interesting about it is, by me going overseas, that opened up the door to meet my current wife that I've been married to for over 20 years.
Oh, that's what's up.
And what's crazy about it is the girl, when I got back to the States, she's like, hey, let's get back together. And it's like, and she had a baby by 1 or 2 kids by some other dude. I'm like, no, sweetheart, I moved on. I'm like, I moved on. I mean, I would say, I wish you the best of luck. She said, well, don't compare me to nobody else. I said, I won't do that. I said, I respect, we friends and everything. Still friends today. I haven't heard from her in years, but, So one time, in other words, you think something bad happens, but then end up something positive comes out of it. That's the point I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, the good thing about being in the military, Brother Bo, is that you do get your GI Bill, you get your benefits. So there's a big plus to it, right?
I would, but I would tell this. I was talking to a brother in Walmart some months ago, and it was one brother. He was in the Marine Corps. He's a recruiter, and one brother who was a security guard. He was already in the reserves. And I told him, I said, and anybody who may have family in the military, this is very important. If you happen to get hurt while you're in the military, where you're in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, that's under the Department of Homeland Security, but I think that it counts to some degree. Make sure you get that in your records before you separate, because what the military will do, they'll say, well, I tell you what, because they'll try to push off your separation. In other words, they're trying to push you out the door before you go to the hospital on the installation and get that in your records. So I tell people, if you get hurt, if you break an ankle, whatever you do, you get hurt on active duty, please get that documented while you in the active military, because when you get out and you go to the VA, the first thing they're going to say is, where's the documentation? They're going to say, where's your documentation? Well, you know what they told me when out, yeah, but the VA, that's a different administration than the Department of DOD. Department of Defense, that's one agency in the government. The VA is a separate agency. So I tell anybody, if you're in the military now, you have family in the military. If you get hurt while on active duty, get that put in your records through the hospital to say that you went to a doctor and they check you out. So when you get out and you try to collect your benefits, they're going to ask you, if you got hurt, where's your verification? Because everything now in the VA has been digitalized. They bring up what branch of service were you in? What's your social security number? And they bring it up and all your information will be there. I seen stuff on me. I was like, damn, they still got that. I don't even remember that. I was like, yeah.
They're just trying to say, make sure you document everything. That's what I'm doing right now.
Especially if you get hurt. So you get your benefits. You qualify for your VA benefits.
What about workers' compensation? I'm going through it right now. You know, it's funny, that night I was talking to y'all, I got attacked, man. I was doing security, man. I got rammed by somebody. I'm not even having a car accident.
Are you part of any kind of workers union or anything like that?
Not workers union, but I am receiving workers' compensation. I was at that night, last night we were talking, man. I was around 4 o'clock, man. Somebody rammed the gate. I took a picture of the dude's truck. He started burning out. And he started coming towards me. So I got chased out the property. I'm trying to get away from this guy to get to a safe place. And he's ramming me. And then I made a right turn on I'm in Fort Worth, Texas doing this, right? So I'm driving. He's ramming me. He started pushing me. I can't stop the car because he got a big old truck. He rams me through again. I hit a trailer, man. It was bad. It's crazy, man, how that happens. Yeah, it's on the job, man. I take pictures of everything. I take pictures of the car. I got a laceration on my left hand. I got stitches in my left hand. I got a bruise on my neck on my trap. Yeah, it's bad, man. It was crazy. I'm good now. Well, not good, but you know, I just came back from the clinic from the doctor. But yeah, let's talk about that too. Workers' compensation. You know,
did you file a police report? Anything like that?
I did file police. But actually, the police officer just called me back again today to give me an update on the information. I gave him the license plate number of the suspect. And actually, that guy, they said he swapped out license plates and he took some license plates off another car. Of course, they're criminals. They're career criminals. They know what they're doing. So, you know, he said they're still doing the research. They're still looking into it. So I got a lawyer on the scene. A lawyer's taking care of it. So they're pushing for it. But we got to talk about this stuff.
I was going to say, in the wreck.
Yeah.
I was going to say, in the wreck, get a check.
Yeah. Well, I'm giving me some money, man. This is bullcrap. Like,
get a check.
My hand's jacked up. I'm going to take as much time off as I can. I think I'm going to Africa now. Once my hand gets fully healed, I can take. I'm going to, you know, yeah. Go to Asia
Nairobi.
Too. Now go to Nairobi, yeah, man. South Africa. Then I'm going to hit up Japan. Right now.
The land of plenty. The land of plenty. Well, you know, brother talked about earlier about and Lance talked about this too, about going abroad and people seeing you and they think, and that is true though, because I spent most of the time in the Far East, and people really think when they see black people, the first thing they think about is what's going on in America. But after they kind of talk to you and they kind of see where your head is, they say they come to the realization that not all black people is the same. In fact, I tell them that's Hollywood stuff.
Exactly.
You know, like I knew an African brother. I mentioned this last time on the podcast. I said this one African brother I met in the early 90s who was an exchange student. He told me, he said he literally thought that from New York to California, Los Angeles was nothing but buildings in America. And he was shocked when he got to the States and saw all that land. He told me, I said, man, bro.
It'd be a bigger culture shock when it comes to the South. They get the biggest culture shock ever. Oh, I can't go over there. No, or they be getting like hostile reactions, or they see how much land there is. And I thought America was this amazing place. It looks almost like a third world country. I'm like, no, not third world, brother, but you know, it's not what it seems. It's not. It's beautiful. It's a first world nation, but it's not what's all cracked up to be. Just true, you know?
No, especially if they're in the South when they go on the sticks.
Oh man,
they go on them sticks, boy. It's just, woo.
Oh, you know,
Yeah,
Don't let
brother.
nothing happen
in
to you.
Africa,
I had a brother. He went to a gas station one time. He said, "I saw this interesting flag. It had like a blue like cross." And I said, "Bro, that's a Confederate flag. Man, you're okay?" Oh, they didn't say anything to me, but they just looked at me funny. I said, "Man, you can't be doing it. You be careful where you go. You can't even go to place no Confederate flag. What's wrong with you, man? You gotta know where you at."
here's another thing with the out here in Ghana, I've experienced. You're walking around maybe the malls or something's going on, a concert or something, and you got people next to you and they see you and they already know, they can tell, right? They think you know the celebrities, like the ones who like haven't traveled or they come from the villages, they move into the city of Accra, but they're still naive. Oh, do you know Floyd Mayweather? Oh, do you know Jay-Z? Do you know? It's like, no. I've seen a lot of celebrities, but I don't know them. They think like maybe it's smaller, and we're all like, what do you do? Like, are you a celebrity type thing? You know, because there are a lot of, honestly, there are a lot of people who come from the States in America and they front like they're Big Willie and they'll lie.
Mhm.
And there's some of these girls who are gullible and they got a little gift waiting for them 9 months later, but they're gone. You know what I mean? So the status for those who are a little ignorant, not that they're dumb or anything, no, but they're ignorant to how it is because they're glued to their phones and they have their own perceptions of what America is like. You know, if they ask me places in New York City, I pretty much can tell them, yeah, I know that place. I've been here, a little stories and stuff. But the one big thing they don't understand, being born and raised here, is like, say, for example, what you get used to in a bigger city. And I know you can identify with that, you know, in Chicago and just overall, the amount of crime. I'm not saying the shootouts every time you go outside, but the amount of crime on a regular level bedazzles a lot of the people who say, and I had this conversation a couple of days ago with a guy that sells clothing, like on the street. He sells some good things too, t-shirts and stuff. And the amount of crime, they can't believe it. And I tell them how peaceful it is here. Like, I actually pulled up the Daily News from New York, and they have the crime section of that app. I don't know. I'm always looking for stuff in my old neighborhood, right? And I pulled it up, and they couldn't believe it. There were 10 shootings, but it wasn't like people shooting all over the place. It's like, okay, somebody got shot here, somebody got shot there. There was a home invasion here, and that's the stuff they can document. I said, look what happened yesterday, and that's what they documented to put on the news. And I said, also understand that what you see on the news from America is misleading because they only put stuff that's going to keep your butts in the seat on the screen to watch the news.
Lance, right? Look, Lance. When we commit crimes or so-called commit crimes, we make the whole world. They get popcorn and be watching that shit like, oh wow, another black person because of black. A lot of that stuff is false. I go to parties. Well, I don't go to parties no more. But a lot of block parties they say they be going on in Chicago, that a lot of them be peaceful until that pink parasite shows up, starting shit, and that's when it kicks off. Don't believe the hype that's saying black people can't party in peace. They be lying. The media is full of shit. I can't stand the motherfuckers. They lie too fucking much. They lie too fucking much. And it brainwashes our own people. Oh, I don't like going to Lance, I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. I tell people all the time, when I go in a Mexican neighborhood, I don't trust Mexicans. When I go in a white neighborhood, I don't trust white people.
For
when
real.
I go in anybody neighborhood, I don't trust them. Stop saying you can't trust black people. That's the biggest. I'm comfortable around my own people.
Me too.
In my skin. And we gotta get out that stigma because they put that in us that we can't party in peace. We are rhythm, and some people, we soul people. And
exactly.
I got so many times. I don't even want to.
We've been disconnected from the source.
That brother was right. Like, I never had any bad experience. I mean, yeah, a few bad apples here and there, but I feel more comfortable and loving around my own people. When you mentioned about being around Mexicans and being careful, you can't trust them, and white folks, and I'm the same way. You got to keep your guard up because I got experiences.
You just can't say I can't be around black people. They do
Yeah,
this.
that's a
I
man.
go around white. I don't have. That's a lie. When white
That's a
people
damn
That's
lie.
perpetuating that
when
stuff.
white people get drunk, the N word come out.
Yeah.
They start running right, and it's like even with the Mexicans, they start using N word.
Yeah, and they become racially
Yeah.
hostile.
Stop
Hey
saying that.
man, hey
People
wait,
be
brother, where you
wrong.
from, brother? You from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago.
Okay, I'm from LA. I'm from California, man. So
Oh
I
yeah,
know how it is with the whole racial thing, bro.
yeah,
When I hear black folks talking that mess, I'm all like, okay, bro, don't come back to me crying when you get your wake up call, because they always get their wake up call.
yeah. And you know what, Lance? I hate to say this. You heard what Donald Trump was saying. What he gonna do? He said, "I'm finna send the troops. If this was gonna take to wake us up as people, so be it. Because we still not getting it. We gotta stop
Right.
doing crazy shit. We gotta wake. We gotta snap out of it. We're in a trance, and I don't know what it is. And like I said, I don't know people big on religion, but religion is one of our biggest downfalls. I'm telling you what it is.
Exactly.
We
You're
need to
right.
go back to nature and our real spirituality. Religion, one book it says, I created this world. If I'm this perfect being, how you mess up you a perfect being? I can't, y'all gotta people gotta look through that shit. I'm gonna bring my son to kill a whole world. Come on, stop it. That sounds like a person with a complex. So you could tell that was man-made. You could tell it was man-made. The universe doesn't work like that.
It doesn't.
It doesn't work like that.
And they're really speaking truth.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it doesn't work like that. You can't tell me, like I tell people, I got a 13-year-old son. If I see an alligator in the water waiting to eat my son, you think I'm gonna send my son out there to go get that from the alligator?
I don't
I'm
know.
not gonna do that. So why would God, so-called God, saying, "Oh, we have God cursing black people because they doing this"? No, it's bullshit.
It
That's
is.
all
Right.
man-made. If you love somebody, you're not gonna. I'm not gonna send my son out there to go get. If I say, I mean, you ain't going over there, son, come
That's
back
right.
here. There's an
Mm-hmm.
alligator right there to devour you.
It's just common sense, brother. You got a lot of common
Yeah,
sense. It's common
God
sense.
testing us. No, ain't no test. That's a lie. It's a lie. It's bullshit.
Just like
People
when they
need to,
said, bro,
realize that.
mhm. Hey, bro, what's your point of view on the whole "our skin was cursed"? What's that book? Damn, Moses, "our skin was cursed," the black of leprosy or
Oh,
something.
that's bullshit too, man.
That's bullshit, bro.
You got to realize, man.
Yeah.
Everything is reverse psychology. Everything is reverse psychology, and you got to understand. If you don't see the pink, like Lance said, the pink parasite ain't running from it, and they run it to it, that show you right. Because we think they water is, we think they sugar is sweeter and their water is colder.
Their ice
So
is colder, yeah.
we gotta. Some people get it that way, but I don't. But when they run to the sun, we run from the sun. Come on, man.
Exactly.
It's in our face. We gotta snap out of that shit, man. I don't know
But
what people
even
talking
then,
about.
you know, I'm not trying to really talk religion too much because I know it's very sensitive. But my opinion, I respect religion, but it's a big fabrication, and I think it's used to manipulate, control people.
It's
Because if you
mythology.
look at
Control. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
mythology.
because if you look at the current picture of Jesus, you know what's that person's name? Is actually a man named Bajanzi, something like that. I forgot his name, but it's actually a guy, a criminal, a dude that was in prison or jail.
I
And
don't.
and Michelangelo, I forgot his name. Michelangelo, somebody drew a picture.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something, wise man.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a group called the Druids, right?
Yes.
They used to worship a sun savior called his name was Isis. They
Mm-hmm.
Julius Caesar added the J when he was a Roman. He added the J on the word Isis. It was ESUS. He added the J. He added the J, and the word became Jesus. Julius Caesar thought he was a god. This is how the ancients used to view themselves. Like Alexander the Great said he was the son of Zeus and all this old bull mythology shit. They whitewashed everything. That's one thing we got to get out of our head. Everything is whitewashed. We got to reverse everything because they got us with that, man. It's really sad because a lot of our people are still stuck in that.
Hey man,
But
speaking of
Chime in this for a minute?
yeah, you can, my brother.
I'm not so much I guess a spiritual person. I believe that the human being is created And the human being was created to use logic, reasoning, and fact, and to use adduction and deduction. And I believe that human beings were also created to make choices. We can make good choices or we can make bad choices. Now, to go into what you guys saying, I do agree with you all that there was a corruption. I call it the Christ conspiracy. And not to get too deep here, but remember there was a man on his way to Damascus. His name was Saul. And remember when he was going to Damascus to persecute these Christians, and then he supposedly had a come to Jesus moment, and then Saul of Tarsus became Paul. Now, if you ever notice something in the church, they never tell the church parishioners who these people in Damascus were. In other words, Christianity in the Western world, because it sounds like this is what you all are talking about, started in Rome. It didn't start in Damascus. So what I'm saying is the conspirators, the people who came in and took over world religion, snatched it out of the hands of the people who were in Damascus, and the city of Rome came in with the people, Paul and Josephus and all these other people who came in after them, that they took over Christianity. This stuff is deep, man. It's real deep. And I believe that Paul, what he saw, Paul was trying to wrestle power out of the hands. And that's why I forget what letter it was where Paul wrote Paul's epistles. Epistles are just letters. I don't know if it's in Corinthians, but one of theirs, he says why he's talking to the parishioners in those cities where he set up those churches. And he said, why do you all doubt me? What I'm saying, because the word got back to the people in Damascus that Paul was a false apostle. And the rumor got out about that he's not really teaching the true teachings. And then Paul kind of scolded the people with him, saying, don't listen to James and those people in Damascus. You all need to listen to me. And that was the beginning of that whole thing being set in motion with the what happened and you see in Vatican City today.
Yeah. Bose, I on that level, I agree with you. But it's also Christianity was started in Egypt. The Coptics broke off and went to Ethiopia. The Christianity that they got that's now with the Vatican and don't got nothing to do with us. Everything they whitewash everybody.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I agree with that, but I'm saying But I'm just saying that the people that Paul was persecuting in Damascus, you never hear about who these people were, because those people have been pretty much been written up out of history. And like you said, Christianity, the way we get it in the Western world, started with Paul and that group in Vatican City. That's all I'm saying.
Right. No, you're right. It all got whitewashed, and you got to look deeper into what's really going on. They want to wipe us like we don't have nothing to do with none of this earth at all. Atlantis, from every nationality on this earth, we don't got nothing to do with it. We was never here. We just was slaves. That's how they told us. And it's starting to come out. Like I was like Lance, me and Lance know too. And all y'all know because you from LA. Hey, bros, where you from? Where you originally from?
Originally from the Windy City.
You from Chicago?
Originally, yeah.
What part?
Well, I grew up in Evergreen Park, but I say Chicago's people don't know where Evergreen Park is.
You come out on? I know what it's at. On 90 from the South Side.
Right.
Yeah. You by Beverly and all that.
Beverly, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So we got cameras now, right? Cameras everywhere. Everything is starting to come out. So all these shootings and they starting to find out who's doing all these shootings. You can buy masks now that look just like a black man. You can put it on your face.
I think I saw something like that before.
It's real.
Yep.
Like people are actually doing this stuff. So they got a unity movement going in Chicago right now. They trying to keep the violence down. This is why Lil Durk recently got locked. I shouldn't even be speaking on this, but I know what they doing. This is why Durk got locked up. But they pushing peace right now. and they killed a few people that they consider gang leaders. It's the same stuff they've been doing all along to keep the unity going on with black people. They don't want it to happen. And it's like what Lance is doing with his platform. He's waking up a lot of people. I've been dealing with Lance for a while, and I appreciate what he's doing because he's keeping the fire, the flame going. And this is what it's gonna take to us to keep, just like how they beat all this other stuff in us, we got to beat it out of us. So we got to keep reminding ourselves what's going on, because we quick to forget. All they got to do is smile at us, and we think we cool with them. You know, so we got to just keep it going. And we don't always got to talk about this, because like I said, I know some white people, different race of people, they want to change too. They tired of the shit that's going on. People just want to live their life and be happy. But when you got a corrupt system that don't want no unity in people in general, we gonna have issues.
Yeah.
So we gotta all come together and say, look, we know who the real enemy is. Some people want to stay zillionaires, billionaires, and they keeping us at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, brother, I fundamentally I agree with what you're saying, and I agree more than disagree. I just think that one of the biggest stumbling blocks that we have today in America with black people is how to stop the mind being so niggerish. You know, they say, you know, I'm saying, see, this is really.
Hey, bros, I agree. I agree with you, because I see. But bro, you know what it is?
Vice President.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm sorry. It's saying that, see, we didn't got to the point. We gotta sell this. We gotta sell it. Oh man,
Right.
you know, I come a millionaire by using this. I'm gonna keep doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Get rich or die trying.
Exactly. We sell out. We done sold out. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm.
But I'm done talking. Y'all gonna do your thing. I'm listening. I'm sorry, I mean to cut nobody, but
I agree with
no, brother.
I agree with you, brother Boss.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta stop being excuse my language, but niggerish, man. I mean, you can blame rap music, but we need a cultural incubator, man. We fell off, brother Bros. What do you think we fell off, man? I know back when I look back then, like, you know, I think the last great time was the '60s, man. We wore suits. We had a simple way of carrying ourselves, man. We were more dignified. What happened to us, man? Where do you fall off? Was it the '70s, the '80s? Where was it? The crack? What was it?
why man? It's a lot of stuff. It's like I said, it's drinking, alcohol, anything that messes with the brain. Everybody can't drink alcohol. Everybody can't smoke.
Yeah.
So, Lance, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just muted myself for a second. I'm listening.
Let me say this real quick, Lance. To all y'all, I don't know if y'all into comic books and all this stuff, right? Like, you know, Black Panther, Wakanda, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always said this, and I really believe this in my heart. I see what's going on. Lance, I seen a video you did, a short video, when you said you tired of trying to help certain of our people, right, Lance? It was a video you did like a couple of days ago, and I agree with you. We just had a guy in Chicago that got killed. His brother he got killed live on Facebook, and his brother put him out. He said, "I'm done with niggas. We didn't try to help. I'm tired of them." He said, "We try to show them the way, and they keep killing. We still killing us off." So this like how Wakanda is landing, and this how I feel. Just say us four right here. I'm just putting this out here. Anybody that want to make a change in the community, we need to come together, build a community. Just like how they got this group of white people, they on all whites town. I'm all for that. Keep your ass over there. That's cool. If y'all want an all white town, that's cool. I'll have no problem with that. Just don't try to invade other people's stuff when certain things ain't going right. Y'all need food and stuff like that. I believe in military and everything. And I feel like black people as a race, we need to come together. Not everybody, Lance. We can't save everybody. Everybody don't want to be saved.
Exactly.
The ones that want to be helped, it should be some type of, okay, Lance, a type of interview. Okay, this is what you want to do with us. You can be with us. But once you
Right.
fuck up, you're gonna be an outcast. We don't want nothing to do. You ain't nothing coming back. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
This we gotta protect our shit. We gotta be, it has to be a tight circle.
We gotta deal with the Amish do.
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta
For
do
real.
what the Amish do, bro. We gotta do what the Amish
I
do.
don't see nothing wrong with that.
And-
But I
yeah.
also feel like we still can have a military for us, because you know what's gonna happen. Oh, they got food over here. We starving over here. We just gonna take their shit. But we gotta be prepared. This is how the world is operate. I don't care how what nobody say. Peace and harmony is cool. We all can live in peace and harmony. But just don't try to gangster nobody shit. And that's when that's when you have problems. So black people as people, we got this thing. Well, you know, Jesus Christ says we got to turn the other cheek. But he also said an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Pick up a sword. Y'all not getting the subliminal messages in the Bible. They not getting that. They looking at turn the other cheek. So when this motherfucker whooping your ass, you talking about God gonna save you? No, you gotta save yourself.
Right.
And people like I teach my son, go by your life. If you feel like something is wrong, don't do it. You know? So
That's right.
I feel like as black people to come out of this slum at the end, we got to have a nation of people that want to do right. The ones that want to do right, let them go get high. Let them kill each other and all that. You can't save everybody. Everybody don't want to be saved.
That's right.
But the ones that want something, we got to stick together. And I don't care if you Mexican, white, Chinese. If y'all try to invade our stuff, we got to fight y'all back. It's part of life. If you watch history, a lot of people white people was killing each other like a motherfucker, Lance, in history.
You're right.
Watch the Roman war, man, Lance. They was Greeks, man. They was killing each other. Persians, they was killing each other over land.
But
So
that's a human thing, man. That's just part of humanity.
this
That's
is
just the
exactly you just said it. Why it's humanity. So all this stuff, that's where black people are stuck at. We stuck at God gonna put us in hell. You can look up when hell was invented. Hell was invented. Oh man, so I can get deep in this shit, man. I'm gonna leave it alone. I can get so deep in this.
But I know what you're saying, brother. Bro, what we need to do, brother? This is what we need to do, brother. We need to segregate. We need to segregate ourselves from the ignorance, bro. We gotta do what's our brother's name from China? Mao Zedong. What he did. You know what he did with China? He closed out China from any Western influence. Look him up. Mao Zedong. Look what he did. It was extreme, but what Mao Zedong did
You mean
for
Mao
China was
Zedong? Mao
amazing.
Zedong. Mao Zedong.
I said Mao
Mao
Zedong.
Zedong.
Mao Zedong. Yeah, I said Mao Zedong.
Okay.
Mao Zedong. Yeah, what he did for for China. Yeah, he brought communism. Yeah, they say he was a tyrant, but look where China is today.
Yeah, you got to look. They was talking about making their own Bible because they see. Okay, people got to realize this. I don't even want to say the name because I don't really believe in them type of. I'm gonna say the Messiah, whatever they call them. But if you look at it, how long the world been going on, Lance?
Say it again.
How long the world been going on? And you heard
Oh
of
man.
Lance, you heard of wars, rumors of wars. Man, we in the
Yes.
matrix, man. It's they acting this stuff out. They acting it out. It's to keep us in fear. If you pay attention to what's going on, and I'm gonna tell you what was my awakening. When I seen how black people was trying to do the right thing and they was still killing us in Jesus' name, I said, hold on, something ain't right. We doing the right thing. We worship the same person they worship, and they still doing this to us. Something ain't right. It's not right. It's wrong. Nat Turner realized what they was doing. He said, this ain't right. You would got me worshiping this Messiah and y'all still killing us in his name. We gotta fight back. If people don't know about Haiti, Haiti a motherfucker. They don't fuck with Haiti. Because you know why? Haiti realized the bullshit they was doing. You know what Haiti
That's
did?
right.
Haiti started worshiping their spirituality and started whooping their ass. And they ran. And they took that and said, Haiti is evil, which they not evil. Haiti is not evil people. They want you to believe that. The media got you believing that. Haiti fought for what was theirs. And they went back to their true spirituality and said, we're not going to allow this. So we need to snap out of it. We as people got to snap out of it. Like I said, Lance, I seen your video, that last video you did, and it was real shit. You're right. You got to help the people that want to be. If you don't want to be helped, then I'm sorry. You can't come over here.
You can't pull dead weight.
It's dead weight. But if you want to change, you can come over here. But other than that, if you a spy, all that shit, you got to go. And this ain't no hate different races type speech. It's just that every culture stick together and say, we got to do this to make our culture. That all white culture that they trying to do in I think it's in Arkansas, they get their all white towns. I'm happy for them. That's cool. Stay over there, do y'all thing. And like all this biracial shit.
But see, that situation is doomed to fail. Because they're not really dealing with where the root of the problem is. See, the problem that we have in America. I'm looking at the macrocosm here. The problem that we have in America is a cultural problem.
Right. But brother Bo, I feel you.
It's the culture.
Right, but bro, let them do their thing. Because if they want to be with their own people, ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't got a problem with that. As long as you don't bring no bullshit. As long as you don't bring no bullshit to us. It's cool. That's all. Even biracial stuff. If you want to be biracial, all this shit you want to mix with races, I don't got a problem with that. We all mix with something. I'm not saying that, but all I'm saying is that you can do your thing, but just don't try to force on everybody else. Like gays and lesbians. If you want to be gay, because like I said, people don't know history. Gay people had their own communities. They was doing their own thing. The Romans came over there and conquered them. See, a lot of people don't know about the Romans was some man. The Romans was some.
They were vicious.
Yeah, right. The New World Order been here. Gay people had their own shit. They worship Ishtar. They did their own thing.
The fertility goddess.
Exactly, and they believed in all this the group sex and all this shit. That's their thing. But who are you to come in and say that's wrong what you're doing? That's what you want to do. Go over there, go at it. But when you come over here, I'ma step on you. That's all I'm saying. Don't nobody got a right to invade nobody. This was wrong with the world. Somebody got gold over here. Instead of you talking to them, hey, can I talk to you, Lance? Can I get some of that gold? Lance, how much you want for the gold? Hey, hey, the rock, I want this amount. All right, Lance, I'm gonna come with the money. Give me the gold. Fuck Lance. I'm finna come over, just take Lance shit. This is what's wrong with the problem. This was wrong with the world. Stop trying to gangster shit.
Right. I agree. I agree with you. I mean, I'm against colonialism like anybody else, but I'm trying to say on a macro level, the problem in America is a moral problem, a spiritual problem.
Okay.
See, we still gonna be hit with the same problem. It's a more when you let me do a survey right quick, and I want people to chime in on this. It's okay with Lance. How many people believe?
But let me ask something real quick.
Yes, sir.
What
yes,
branch
sir.
Of the military? What branch of the military you was in?
I was in the Air Force.
Oh, okay. The reason why I asked you because I always thought about joining the Marines before. Okay, cool.
I almost joined them. Believe it or not. I almost joined it. One day I'm gonna tell you a story about that. I almost joined the Marine Corps. Almost joined. The day I went to sign up at the Marines, the guy wasn't in his office, and right next door, his office, I guess he went out to lunch and it was closed. And the next door to him was the Air Force. And I walked into the Air Force recruiter office.
Okay.
And he said some things to me. I said, well, give me a day to think about it. He said, yeah. I came back. The next day I went back. The guy in the Marine Corps, he saw me coming. He got his papers ready. Oh, he was getting ready. Boy, he said, I got me a new one. And I walked past his door and went to the Air Force recruiter office. I know he was upset about that because I had met him in the mall before I even went to the office. I remember that. Now, this is what I want to ask the listening audience, because this is going to slide right into what I'm saying. How many of you all believe that since the end of COVID, violence in America has went up? Just Y for yes and for no. Since after COVID, after the lockdowns, after people were lockdowns.
Hey, brother Bose, you right. Like I see people then lost their mind, bro. Like they fight. The activity of aggressiveness then went up, and they also said that was gonna happen. Like, okay, we got.
Go ahead, brother. Make it plain, brother. Go ahead, make it plain.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna say this. Us folks got to get together off live, and we got to talk about a lot of things because there's a lot of stuff we got to. When you keep people on lockdown like that, you got testosterone, estrogen, and all that stuff. So once you let them free out of cages, you know, because COVID was nothing but a lockdown. You know what I'm saying? And when you release that shit, your aggression gonna go out with what's out there. That's why you attacking nature, you attacking each other. So I agree with you on that. I definitely see it. Like COVID has done, and it's also that shot too. It was something that shot that messed with people too, mentally messed with people too. They don't want to believe it, but it was.
The reason why I brought that up, because I agree also that the violence went up, but I noticed something too. Do you remember when they had that Pride Parade in Seattle, when they started having the Pride Parades again, after the lockdowns? Something interesting I noticed. Before, it was the adults out there and just doing, the freaknik thing. Now they got the children involved. Yeah. And I see the one, I think it was in Seattle. In Seattle, when they had, I saw somebody sent me a video. No, I think it was Alex Jones. I was just listening one day to see what he was talking about. And he showed the video of Seattle. And remember they had the naked people riding the bikes, and they had the camera pan to the children on the sidewalk. And then they showed the people on the bikes riding naked with their private areas exposed. And then they put the camera back on the children. The children were looking like, what the heck is going on? Even they were like, what's going on here? This ain't He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. They like, what's going on here? And you could see they felt uncomfortable.
Dude, they're trying to push
this is not Inspector Gadget. Yeah,
I noticed that.
You saw that when they had the children out there this time.
Yeah, I saw it in New York. When they had it in New York, they're trying to push that stuff on. It's like they're trying to expand it. I'm like, nah. So, yeah, man, it's crazy, man. If you talk, that's what you mean by America has a moral problem.
This is a moral problem. See, in other words, you sexualizing children. You see, now there are some people who go for that, who are black and white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever, and there are some who don't, of the black and white people. So what I'm saying is, the problem that we're facing today is it's a moral and spiritual problem. Some people say, oh, let the kids get out there. They're breaking them in at a young age into that lifestyle.
Yeah.
What did Neely Fuller say? The man's anus is the new vagina. He wasn't lying about that.
Oh man.
He wasn't lying. He knew what he was talking about. The man, I mean, he's deceased now. But the brother, I used to listen to him. I said, man, that's deep. That's deep.
That's deep.
What he said. I was like, man.
The white supremacists feel like they have ownership over the black body.
He producing life. Not up in there.
Yeah, there's no life that's being produced. No. Disease. The man and the woman's body coming together, the male and the female body coming together is a perfect fit.
But here's my problem with them trying to promote that, is that a man cannot make a baby, a woman cannot make a baby. So basically, homosexuality is all this is genetic extermination. So what are they trying to do? What's the point?
Hey, you know
But see,
what?
the point is, I'm saying, but we are not the only people who are participating in it. That's why I keep on saying this is a moral problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some white people that was like, man, wait a minute, why you got children out here during this pride parade, just exposing them like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can look at the children. I saw on their faces. They were like, they felt like, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, but brother
They
Bones,
felt uncomfortable about it. That's
brother
just the
Bones.
natural innocence. That's the natural innocence of a human being.
But brother Bowles, I'm not trying to make it racial, but it's very few white people who think that way. Majority of white people are going to support that lifestyle. Don't you think?
Hey, somebody put in the
Or you
chat,
beg to
ain't no life
differ?
in the man. Somebody put in the chat, ain't no life up in the man's ass.
I look at it like this, bro.
You go, Sweetberry.
But you could also say that we live in a time where more black people are getting involved with it. So is the glass half empty or half full? Every time I look at each year, I see more black people out there.
Man, they're putting them out there. It's not most black people don't get down like that.
Then why are our black boys walking around with their backsides hanging out?
Okay, bro, that's from like hip hop in prison. That started in slavery. It came to prison. It started in prison. Sagging started in prison. You know what sagging spells backwards?
Niggas or something like that.
Exactly right. It spells niggas, right? So sagging comes from
so
prison.
I'm saying, wise man, the problem here again, the problem is the culture. There was this brother. Yeah. He was in his car with his son. He was dropping his son off from work. I think the son was in high school, and the son's parents was saying, I don't know if this was staged or what. It's on YouTube. And the father, as the son was getting out the passenger side of the car, he said, "That's some good looking ass." And the son looked at him like, "What? Like, what did you just say to me?" You could tell he felt violated. He said, in other words, Dad said, "Pull your pants up." He said, "Son, don't you?" He said, "Well, the girls like it, yeah, but there are men out here that like it too."
Yeah.
In other words, the pops was saying, "Pull your pants up, son." That's what he was trying to tell his son, his teenage son. Pull your pants up.
And the son's trying to justify it too. Let me tell you something.
Of course.
When I went to go and get that little vegetarian pizza today, the guy I believe was straight, but he had his little uniform shirt on, and he was sagging, man. And it went down like about 3 inches above his knee. He was sagging behind the counter. I'm like, look at this. There were other people
in Africa, right? In Africa,
whip out the camera and take a quick video, but I don't want them thinking I'm some queer dude looking at this guy's backside. You know what I mean?
This is in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Lance, you would have been in the place and took the picture. Somebody said, "See, I told you. I told you. I told you the brother. I knew. Yep. They try to put you on the spot, like,
from America,
I do it all the time.
They are into this thing from America.
Yeah.
Look at him taking a picture of his backside.
It's his fault. It's the Scurv. He's a scourge to the earth. But Frantz Fanon, wretched of the earth, he's a scourge. The scourge. Like, I can't say Scurv. They say Scurv. See, he did it. He brought this here.
But they out here too now. But I'm saying, you know what it is?
Of course.
When we look for the reason for it, this is done
American
by design.
culture.
We had it before, but the reason why it's this way now, they're the enemy. I'm not saying they're smart, like I'm agreeing and congratulating them, but what they did was they attack it from so many different ways that it's so subtle, the attack, that we can't really say, okay, it's this one thing or it's that one thing. That's what we're looking for. We got to understand all throughout Ghana, in other parts of Africa, even out in America, the atrazine, right? I spoke about this before. That's the fertilizer that makes male frogs turn into female frogs and have eggs. That is something that is so like out of this world, but nobody's talking about it. Well, guess what? When you go down here to the markets to pick up fertilizer for your garden or for your farm or whatever, the farmers get it in big. Atrazine is the number one ingredient. I don't care what brand it is, but it's atrazine. And that's to make us effeminate as men. And it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn. It may not happen with the one generation, but coming down the line, you saturate all of your crops and your food with this stuff. And of course, with the frogs, they had to use large amounts, but it can still have the same effect over time. A child eating food that was fertilized with atrazine before the other hormones hit, what's it going to do to him? Then you look on TV, they're pushing this stuff. So they normalize it. It's in the music,
Right.
it's in everything, right?
It might be
Now,
a form of birth control too.
yeah, exactly. Now I'm finding out that a lot of the celebrities in the music, there was a gay Ghanaian dude who was calling them all out. Now, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but for him to say that and name names and he was bold with it, that's out here too now. And remember, the same way things work in America, by you selling your soul and you selling out because you want fame, a lot of these young guys out here want to be famous. They want to be out there. And they will go down for that money. And I do mean go down. There's a lot of these dudes undercover out here that the poverty strikes them so hard and they feel hopeless that they will do things for money just like anywhere else. I mean, the girls do it. They're making a documentary about Cape Coast, the young girls, and this is a Ghanaian documentary that's coming out soon on YouTube. I'm going to spread it around when it comes out. I think it's free, about how the young girls up there in Cape Coast around the slave dungeons, the slave castles, are giving it up just for a little bit of money. They'll give it up for some fish. Walk around pregnant, 13, 14 years old, and they're interviewing them. But they're not pushing those things for you to see it as much. But it's a multifaceted attack on us from removing the man from the home, keeping him in prison, keeping the conditions a certain way, because we make the choices to do what we do. But for some people who have no skills, they have no job, your kids are hungry, a lot of guys do things in the frustration. Then they keep us materialistic. We want to have material things. So we go out. All these things pulling us off course from keeping the core family together. They remove the family, destroy the family, and we're sitting ducks. We're separated. You understand? It's like in the military. You take away the radio communication, they can't communicate. How are we going to attack if something has to change? And
just like at the Pride,
caught in the crossfire. But it's
that's what I was saying, Lance, about the Pride Parade. They had the Boy Scouts out there with rainbow flags.
Oh, that's crazy.
I was in the Scouts. You know,
I was in the Cub
and they
Scouts.
had the Scouts. Yeah, they had those out there with the flags, and just indoctrination. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was a problem if I was in there.
I got a question. Just to get back to the white towns. I know we're talking about the BBLs, but we went on to a whole other topic. Look, the white towns, right? Segregation. I already know the history of it. Now, there's been a speculation that the reason why white people created segregation in all white towns, all white cities, whatever, right, is to preserve their race. It's about racial preservation. Brother Bowles, in your opinion, do you think that's what's going on right now with the resurgence of white supremacy, Donald Trump, fascism? Do you think this is a way to protect their race? Do you think they know that their race is, I'll be careful saying this, but dwindling? Their numbers are not the same, and they see the threat.
Right.
Now, so what's your opinion?
Well, statistically speaking, Caucasian people only make up 11% of the population on the planet Earth.
Very small, yeah.
So what are they protecting? I mean, if that was true, then why are they fighting over there in Ukraine? They would be trying to preserve life, not destroy it. So all that stuff is a smokescreen. All it is one group of people want moral domination against another group. Not so much a color, but so much a group of people. Like you talking about the British Crown, and then you talking about American leadership and power. It's just like World War I and World War II. That all started in Europe. It didn't start in Africa and Asia.
Yep. And you know what, Brother Bo? That's why we got to go back. Once you learn history, like when I grew up, I couldn't stand history because they didn't talk about us. They did not tell us about us. But once I found out it was about us, and I started getting into it more, I said, man, this is interesting. You know what I'm saying? And you're right, Brother Bo. You got to know history. If you know history, it basically that is true. It's repeating itself. This is why the orange man want to erase history, because once we know our history, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And you know what
I'm glad. I'm glad you mentioned it.
yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Because I'm glad you mentioned Putin, Biden. I mean, not Biden, but Trump, because they just had that meeting up there in Alaska, and him shaking hands with Putin and talking about, Zelensky got to make these changes, and now the mainstream media is mad at Trump because they're like, well, so what are you saying? You're not going to send you're not going to send no weapons over there no more. You see, that's that in-house fighting stuff. What? You're not going to send no weapons over there?
Like I'm gonna go back to Lance again. Lance been doing this for a long time. Lance always been teaching it. They time is up. It's coming. They know it. They trying to hold on to their last breath, their last fart. They know it's coming. The universe is changing. This is why they trying to. We gotta block the sun. We gotta have a what they call it, a space unit. Something is about to happen. They know it. We just don't know it. But you know what's gonna happen to us? This is why, they talk about this Messiah or whatever. But you know what this person was saying? Because like I said, they changed the name. They say his real name was Joshua.
Mm-hmm.
He basically was saying, if you niggas don't get y'all shit together, y'all gonna see what's gonna happen. And it's basically saying, like Lance always saying, we all gonna transition over. It's about making a difference, and we out of here. We going on to the next level of the universe. It's levels to this stuff, and people don't realize it. This is hell right now. It's a matrix. If you pay attention to everything that's going on, we going through the same shit over and over again. You gotta snap out of it. This is a dream. It's not. How can you? You know what's so bad with us? Like you said, my brother Bo, that niggerism shit. I agree with you. We keep doing the same thing over and over. But like Lance said like a couple of weeks ago, we feel like we getting ahead, then they drop a bomb on us. It's done deliberately on purpose. They want to keep you stuck here. This is hell. Hell is not fire and brimstone, all that bullshit that was made up. That came from a white man that made that shit up, and they scared people. Lance, Lance, you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was leaning back in the chair, just enjoying the talk.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, I'm here.
Lance, this is some deep stuff. Like, oh man, I want to talk about so much shit, but I want to go off topic.
Right.
Yeah,
it is deep. You're right. It is deep. It is deep. This is deep
right here. We don't realize it. This is like they showed a guy the other day. They showed the pink parasites, 3 of them, come to this big brother. He like 6'8". He like got a brand going on right now. 3 of them come to him. We can have a sex party. He grabbing his dick like, oh, for real? Lance, all this shit is temptation to keep you trapped in it. This shit is real. If you watch, and a lot of people pay attention to a lot of movies. This is why everybody talk about the Egyptian wasn't evil. They lied about the Egyptian, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all. Every movie that you put, they got a pyramid. They got Ra in there. They got the eye of the Egyptians. They letting y'all know we took y'all shit. And this shit is powerful. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all doing with it. If y'all don't know what y'all doing, we gonna use it. They put a pyramid in Sonic. I went to go see Sonic with my son years ago. Okay, damn, this is why they got the pyramid in Sonic. Every movie you watch, Godzilla got a pyramid in there, Egyptian. If Egyptians were so bad, why the fuck y'all got them in every movie y'all make? It's power. They trying to let y'all know it's power, but we so stupid. What they say, Lance, if you want to, if black people, we just say put it in the book or something.
And hide it. Yep.
And hide it.
Yep.
It's true. We don't think this shit is real. This shit is real, bro. Like this shit, like Rick Ross said, is deeper than rap. This shit is deeper than what we think it is, bro. We think it's a joke. when you look at certain things, they energy vampires. We don't see this shit. They need us to survive. When the fuck we gonna wake up?
Yep.
We gotta stop out of this shit is hell. I'm telling you, this is hell. This is hell right now. Don't get enticed with the BBLs. Don't get enticed with
Don't get enticed. Get a T-shirt like that.
Exactly. Like
I'll make one.
They all the shit. Oh
Yeah.
man, join this shit, man. If you watch, matter of fact, Lance, check this out. You remember Bram Stoker's Dracula?
Yeah.
Pay attention when Keanu Reeves, when he had the 3 women in the bed, he had the threesome. He was like, oh man, I want to leave this shit. This shit feel good. This is hell. They try to make you love this shit. Once you don't give about this shit, you out of here. You moving on to the next level. Malcolm X and all them guys, they going to a good realm.
Right.
You got to graduate from this shit. This is the bottom of the barrel.
Right, but this is a mental, physical, and spiritual obstacle course.
Yes, sir.
You got to really look at it though. How long are we really here? Right?
Yes,
even if you live to 1,000 years old,
it's like a blink of an eye in terms of time.
Right. In comparison to eternity, this is a pit stop to eternity. See? So we're not racing each other. We're trying to defeat the things that are trying to kill the self. Right? When we get out of here, and I don't mean put a gun in your head and get out of here, but truly understand. And how can you gauge it? You know you're stronger to ascend to the next level when you conquered your lower desires. When it doesn't excite you anymore.
Yes, you just dropped the bomb. I'm telling you. They don't. Hey, heaven and hell is in the body. Hell is your lower part.
Once you conquer those things, and you have no interest in it, or you feel it's diminishing, the things you used to be into, and you look at it like, this is nothing for me. You know? So that's when you know. And that's when you live your best vibration on this level.
Yeah. Lance, you remember that thing? You remember that saying, think with your head, not your dick, right? Remember that saying?
Exactly.
Exactly. I knew guys I knew guys that told me, man, I finna go over here, fuck this girl or whatever. Damn, you gonna go over there? Yeah, I'm going to get some pussy or whatever, right? I'm sorry, man. I don't want to mess with your platform.
Oh, no, you can talk, man. You can talk.
Okay. I'm finna go over here and get some pussy, right? Hey, man, you heard what happened to such and such? What you mean? What? Damn, dude got killed last night. What you mean he got killed? I just talked to him last night. Damn, bro, he got killed. He went over there and got some pussy. Oh, damn, she got it. She set him up.
Oh, man, exactly. Exactly. And it can happen in so many different ways, bro. I'm telling you.
I don't believe in no God and devil. I believe in energy and vibration. Those are man-made words. Don't believe that shit. It's how you if your mind is telling you don't do it, don't do it. I'm sorry, don't do it. That's what it's telling you. The human body, the anatomy of the human body is it's beautiful. As when you see it, when you see that brain hooked up to your spinal cord and the nerves, I say it's all about science. Hell is your balls. Your brain is your God. If since people want to believe in that shit, that mythology shit, they just switch the words around.
Yes.
This
and it's real deep. It's beyond most of our comprehension. What they teach us in school is really nothing compared, because you can put all the books around a fool who's not connected to itself, and he won't have any understanding of anything. You give me a man who goes out in nature and sits out there and resonates with nature and looks how the ants form and walk in unison and the plants grow and how everything is cyclical and everything supports each other.
Yep.
Then you have a whole different mentality than the warlike mentality of destroying your body with the substances, destroying each other with the wars and the one-man upmanship for what? What does it matter?
Yep.
What does it matter?
But see, Lance, this is why I was trying to say earlier that the conspirators who came in and took over world religion, they had to go out and tell the people that human flesh was sinful.
Yep.
Right.
They had to do that. Now, since they established that, then they say, now listen to us and what we teaching, because what we're bringing is the truth. But what they really brought to the people was falsehood.
Right.
Brother Bose. When you
Yes, sir.
Look up the word sin. It's
Mhm.
gonna blow your mind. The word sin was a moon goddess, and you know what? I don't know if you remember. It's a part in the Bible that says you was born in sin, so-called a woman. It say darkness. That's what the word sin is not bad. They changed our spirituality into bad stuff. And this is why I can't stand they lie so fucking goddamn much. It actually pissing me off. Because
but then the case becomes this. Then if what you saying is true, then you would have to admit that the human being is here by chance.
The human being, look, okay, this is what I'm gonna say this. We're here for an experiment. If you graduate, what like Lance said he's seeing, some people ain't gonna never get out of this shit. Hey, check this out. Check this out, Brother Bo. Right?
Yes, sir.
Sex pedophiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people that commit crimes. I want you to notice something. They live longer, right? People that kill people live longer, right? Have you noticed that?
Yes, I've noticed. Yeah.
I have heard people say that. I have heard people say that people are evil. People who tend to be evil live longer than people who try to live a decent life. I've heard that before.
Look. Tupac had a song called "The Good Die Young," right? If you pay attention to it, it's true. It's like, how can I put it, man? This shit's so deep. I can go deep in this. I just don't want to cut it too much.
Because we on the earth talking about BBLs. we're trying to stay above. You know, hence where you get the term understanding. You know, going in, you got to go under the. You know, the most precious things in the world is not on the surface; it's in the soil. So you got to go into the soil to get the diamonds. Don't sit on top per se. Gold is not on top of the earth. You got to go in the ground to get it. You got to dig to get it.
That's right. Anything good, you got to fight to get it.
That's right. Absolutely.
We cutting it so deep, the BBL stuff, and I feel bad for the people that's doing. Sisters never really, to me personally, when I grew up, sisters never needed that shit. They was always natural. They never needed that shit. I don't know why they doing it. I know why they doing it, because they feel like this is what, like I said, rappers dictate a lot of stuff. That's just why. Lance, when I get a chance, I want to send you some stuff. I need a personal number. I can send you stuff. It's an up and coming rapper in Chicago, and everything is quiet right now. But they paying this man to start up a gang war, and Lance, they got a video. It was a pink parasite, and he said, if you do this, I give you everything you want. So he basically telling this man to promote violence. And one of his guys said, man, what type of weird shit you want, man? What the fuck you want me to do? He telling this man, I'll give you money if you commit, keep putting that negative shit out there to kill each other. They making money off of us, man. And it's really sad. When I seen that, Lance, I thought about you. I said, I gotta show Lance this shit. These motherfuckers are really doing this shit behind the closed door. So the young brother, he doing it. He trying to feed his family, and I know why. He ain't even like that, but he doing it because he wants that lifestyle. They telling him, man, you can get a mansion, you can do this. It don't matter what you sell your people out, but you gonna spark up a gang war, bro. What the fuck is you doing?
But they fall into the trap so easy, but they don't see the overall. You know why? Because they come to where you are and they study you, and they try to see what it is that you think you want. But when you have a view of this whole thing, I'm gonna say something abstract. You're looking at a little bit of land and you're standing in that land. You can't really see everything on that land, and you can't see how vast that land is. But if you put a drone up in the sky to look down on everything, then you have a better understanding. So what do I mean by that? My personal drone is time, to be aware of things from many decades ago. I collected comic books too. I drew comic book superheroes and played softball when I was younger, but I was being fed a little bit of knowledge by my parents to see things different, not to railroad me. You're going to stay in the house, you're going to study this stuff. No, here, we talk about something around dinner time, and I go to bed and I'm thinking about like, yeah, that's kind of true. But they would give it to me in little bits. So now, seeing the passage of time and the rhythms, I can't tell you about the 30s or 20s. I could read about it and tell you about it, but I know for sure the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010, all this, like a drone looking down at all these different decades and seeing how everything has evolved in certain directions. And when we were going toward more consciousness, we were nudged over, like go this way. You see what I mean? Like a little cat down there in your living room, and you put your foot not to step on, but nudge him over. I want him to go out the door. So we would nudge here and there, and titillated and kept distracted while all these things are being worked on us. And like they say with the internet, the algorithms, how do you know that your video is going out when you say something? They'll outright take your stuff down, or they'll say, oh, your video got 35,000 hits. And maybe it had 2 in actuality. It's how you reach. So we got to be ready to get face to face with each other, even if it's online, to talk directly to each other and expand so many things, because we are being nudged toward the edge. Even a cat that's a newborn kitten, if he's up on a roof of a building that's 10 stories high and you put him on the edge where he can look down, he starts getting scared. Because even in that young state, that cat knows that if I get pushed off of this thing, it's not going to be good. We have to be disconnected from our true sense, our true connectedness to the Creator, and all the Creator put inside of us as our inner GPS, which is discernment and having sense to know when you hear that voice, don't go there, don't do this. Even today for me, it wasn't a danger thing. I could have gone to 3 different destinations, and I was picking which one I want to go to. Saturday out here in the city, it is crowded. It's hard to get back and get transportation back. So I said, I'm going to get off here at the closest one, do what I got to do, and get back. But I let that voice talk to me. And that's why I know every single day for me is going to be all right, because when I go to bed, I take my time. When I wake up, I let that, I'm not hearing a voice. Actually, I'm feeling a vibration and a righteous nudging of where I should go, and it always ends up all right. But their job is to keep us disconnected from that inner GPS so that we would make stupid decisions and we find ourselves in a sorry state of affairs. So all these things now to titillate us, distract us, BBLs, women with their titties hanging out. I mean, that's not bad in my eye. I'm a man. I'm not mad at nobody's breasts, but I'm not supposed to get distracted where I'm off of my mission as a man. You see what I mean? I can't let these things sway me like that. I know what it is. I had some wild times younger, crazy, like Boz, jumping out the windows and all those. Look,
running down the street butt naked. You say, he's at it again. He said the third time, the cop says, at the third time you get caught, the cop says, Mr. Scurv, I begin to think you like this. He's pointing a gun at you. How many windows did you jump out of, Lance? Oh, I think that's my husband. What'd you say, Lance?
But I didn't know, those young ladies didn't tell me the truth. I didn't know. So get off of me. What you mean? My husband, he came home. Who?
You know, Lance, I used to work with this girl. I used to work at this department store. It's like one of them summer jobs. And this girl would always come in the break room. And she always complained about what her husband is not doing. He's not performing. I think he's cheating on me. What do you think? I'm like, I don't know. I don't, well, hey, that's not my problem. And then I bought a car off this girl. I bought a car because she was planning to move out of the city.
Right.
So she says, yeah, I heard you looking for a car. I said, yeah. She said, well, I'm selling mine like that. I said, oh, really? She said, yeah. She said, matter of fact, if you're interested, let me know. And if you decide to buy it, you can drive the car before you make all the payments. So
Really?
The first time we go driving, right, we're driving out. So I'm driving the car. I said, okay, it drives pretty good. And I parked the car in my driveway, right? So we're just talking. I'm looking at her. We're just talking, right? I was single at the time. This girl tells me, sitting in the passenger seat, she said, you know what? If there's anything else you want, and I mean anything, you let me know. And I'm looking at this girl, right? And here's the thing, she's married. And I'm looking at her like, is she serious? She wants me to go up, take her to the house right now. And my mother came out the door. Wow. And she was talking to her, right? So I was like, damn, my mother's home. Damn. But I think that saved my life because when she left, my mother said, you know what? She said, that girl likes you. And I said, I know. And when we finally closed the deal on the car, her husband came by the house. Could you imagine if I would have screwed around with her, man, and he found out and brought the pistol and would have shot us both in the living room?
Yep. That's why that window is a happy thing. Get out that window.
Let's go to the bedroom. Is there a window? Are there windows in the air? Oh, okay. I'll prop this one open a little bit. Baby, let me let some air in here. You get the window preset.
You know what?
Y'all remember?
That was around the Kelly Everett's period of my life. And so I was doing my own thing. They have these things in the clubs and stuff like that. You come by yourself or you come with a group of other guys and you do your little dancing and stuff. And these are little hole-in-the-wall clubs that you go to, you dance, you have a little good time, and they like you. You know what I mean? And guys, regular guys, they would always come in because they say, yeah, let them women go in there and look at them and get hot and bothered. We'll go in there and slide up in there. But it was always where there was very subtle offers to leave with somebody. Now I'm talking about this is a long time ago, 81, 82, all back in there. Several decades ago. And I wasn't dumb.
You had that little mini fro with the Lonnie Smith sideburns. Sideburns class.
Yeah.
Remember Lonnie Smith used to play for the Cardinals with them big sideburns?
Yeah. Remember him?
1980.
Yeah, so, when it happened, the first time with that, it's in Brooklyn. I'll never forget it. And that's what happens. I was young and adventurous, and these women who were a couple years on me and whatnot, but you in there and, you about to win. Listen, thank God, I'm telling some dirt. Thank God I was by the window. She, and this is about 3:00 in the morning. She's looking out the window on her knees and I'm behind her. I won't say no more. But she was in perfect position to see her husband who came home, but they were separated and they didn't live in the same place, but he would pop up on her to see if she had anybody. So that's what she was like, get off of me. And I'm like, what? My husband's home. I said, what?
Her eyes were open and your eyes were shut.
Listen, all I can get, it was dark and all I can see, clothes are everywhere. All I can get on my foot was a sock. And I'm like, yo, I'm out of here. I don't care what. I'd rather be alive.
And
so that window was on the second floor and it had a little roof behind it. So I got out of there. And she threw clothes out after me, but I'm trying to get up out of there. So now I grab onto the gutter, but I know I didn't want it to fall down. So I had jumped. And where I felt I didn't fall, I landed on my feet in the dark. There was a little light next door. I saw a little bit, but where I landed was right next to a wrought iron fence with the spikes. So that's number one. Then I hear chains. Dogs. and the chains kept them 2 feet away from me. I was so blessed. So I feel like Bill Bixby on the Hulk when he changed back to Bill Bixby and he didn't have clothes, and the clothes didn't fit right. So on the line next door, it was like a little road between. I ran over there and got these oversized pants, and there was this pink tank top that said "Kiss Me." I'm like, oh man, what am I gonna do? And I got these shoes from this homeless man that was laying in front of the storefront, and they were off his feet. So I slipped my feet in there. I got these leather shoes on, these big behind pants, and this shirt that says "Get on the train." And I didn't have money to pay. Everything was left back there. And I got home. The other time, it was about 6 stories up. And the dude that came back was her man. This is another one. I couldn't jump out the window at 6 stories. So I had to turn gay to get past this dude.
I think
I got her in the living room. I put lotion in the hair like it was relaxer. I took my shirt and balled it up like a knot around my navel. So them gay guys show their stomach. I had shorts and a shirt on like that. The Jerry curls helped me out too. And when he came inside, I'm act like I'm doing a hair, and I had, oh my God, you didn't. Oh, you got a good what? Oh my God, you were lucky. Your man is fine. I said, listen, I got something out in the car. I got to go downstairs and get. You sit right there. He's looking like, who the hell is this? I walk right past him.
like David Wayne. Say, Lance, you look like David Wayne with a curl.
There's nothing but gay dudes up in there, so I knew how to imitate people real good. I was very convincing. Yep.
Wow.
Men on films. When you gonna come back? I said, yo, I'm not calling. George Foreman looking dude.
Hey, Lance and Balls. You remember that movie called JD's Revenge?
It was like made in the early 70s or something like that.
Yeah,
that's the brother that played in the brother that I think he played in Cooley High, right?
Yeah. Remember that movie JD's Revenge? He gets caught by that chick's husband, her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I saw that years ago. I saw that film years ago. When the guy got killed, and he was like revenging the guys that killed him through their brother.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna use you to revenge my death and all." Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, years ago. I saw that film years ago. Say, Lance, you tied the shirt and a knot in the front. You know what would have been nice? Somebody would have had a camera and said, "All right, Lance, when he comes through the door, you know what to do. All right, LanceScurv convincing the boyfriend that he's the hair doer. Take one." Lance, you said you went to work, huh? Girl, you should have said, "Oh, you next." He'd been like, "What? What?"
And that was a steep stairwell in the daggone wooden stair steps. So they were all worn out, creaky and whatnot. Wasn't getting out the window so then. You're right, Samara.
Wow. Wow.
You're right. And they do that. They won't tell you.
Well, at least you walked out with your clothes on. At least you had your clothes on that time.
Well, that time I had my clothes on. Yeah. There was another time. All these stories in Brooklyn, man. I lived in Queens. I was born in Manhattan, raised in Queens, but it's all Brooklyn. There's another time. I'll never forget this girl's name. I don't know why. I'm not gonna say her name, but she had a special needs daughter, real young in the crib. I remember the girl's name too, but she didn't tell me nothing about that. So I got over there, and it was all about that. That was my period for all the craziness. And so I felt kind of funny, even though the little girl was in the crib and on the other side of the room, and she said, "No, you can spend the night here." Then in the middle of the night, because in that neighborhood, and that was on Howard Avenue. Nah, man, I wasn't going out no time. I would have stood in front of the house or something before daylight came. But it was cool. I felt funny, but it was cool. So things happened. So I never could sleep completely in them situations, in those temporary situations, right? So I'm laying there half asleep, and so she leans over to me about maybe 5:30 in the morning, 5:15. So she's like, oh, my daughter's father will be here in 5 minutes to take her because she's gonna keep her. He's gonna keep her for the day. I said, what? Now, even she said, oh, don't worry about it. We're not together. It doesn't matter. Homeboy will see me and catch feelings. And if he has something on him or a kitchen knife or whatever, who knows? I said, no, I can't be here. No. And she's talking to me, trying to explain. All of a sudden, ding dong. I said, oh, man. And there were glass doors in the park. It was like a living room and another room, but it was an apartment, but they had the glass doors. That's where they had it set up. So she ran to let him in. And I'm sitting here braced up like, what am I going to do? Act like I'm sleeping? I'm not going to look him in his face like I'm challenging him. But she got up with no clothes on, went to the door. I'm like, oh my God. So you're already going to know why I'm here. You know? So he came, oh, good morning, brother. I'm looking like, good morning, brother. And he got her, kissed the little baby, said, got everything in the bag. And all right, check you out later. I didn't trust it. I'm like, I'm still going. Maybe he got mad on the low and he's coming back.
He waiting for you in the parking lot.
I'm not dumb.
He'll be down them stairs in a few minutes. I'll just wait right here behind the wall.
I'm like, yo, listen, I need
you gotta come down sooner or later. Looking at his watch.
I said, well, listen, I'm getting dressed. I'll stay by the front door, make sure he don't come out. But it wasn't, and that was on the ground floor. So that back door, I said, make sure that back door is unlocked. I don't know if he's sending some friends back or I don't know. I didn't know a black man could do that. He was totally, said, no, he's not like that. Cool. And the way she looked, even if it was just on a physical level, like not like, oh, how could you let her go? She's built. It's not about build. She was a nice young lady, but I'm wondering, like, why did he get rid of her? Or she got rid of him or whatever, but that's just the way it was. And that's why I don't forget her name, the daughter's name. All that was embedded into my memory because I thought that was going to be my last memory. I was so scared. I remember where the bed was.
And what about the time about the girl with them dogs? Everything. The Rockwallers or something like that.
Oh, that dog story?
Yeah.
Oh, you heard that one?
Yeah, you said when she had the 2 dogs in the house.
No, that was another one. That was up in Queens Village, man.
Man, how many dog stories you got, man? How many dog stories you got? How many dog stories do you have? How many stars in the sky?
Funny stories.
You said there was stories. She had the 2 dogs up in the apartment or something like that, and you were like, "Oh no, I got to go." And the dogs.
I'll tell you about that one. I was I wasn't a club goer, but friends of mine who did go to clubs, they're like, "Come on, Lance, because I'm always telling jokes and we're having fun. And I'm in this club. And I'm not really into like, oh, let me go after that girl. I'm not a club guy. I would always be a bouncer, but I don't want to be some guy begging to dance or what. I'm hanging out, whatever. So this one young lady, she's dancing. She's looking at me. She's dancing by herself, and she coming near me. Then she pinched me on my nipple, and then went back and danced. And I'm like, yo, why did she do that? Man, she's trying to hit on you. So we started talking and everything, exchange numbers and everything. And so she's like, oh, I got to have you come over to the crib. We got to hang, and she was really like nice, but she was aggressive, a very aggressive woman. So I made up a name for her. I just never forgot the name. I called her the polka dot seductress. If you ask her friends, they remember that? She had a yellow tight skirt with these polka dots on it. So a couple of days later, I ended up over that side of town. I mean, that's the way it was. It was never a problem for me, and I was always adventurous. It's not like I knew, like, well, one day in 2025, I have a podcast. Nobody knew what a podcast was back then, but I got stories to tell. So it was in Queensbridge, and I was like, oh, man, that's kind of back in those days. Crack was out, Queensbridge projects, a lot of stuff going on. If you go into the projects and you don't live there and you're checking for a young lady, get in there before the sun goes down and don't come out until the sun comes up. So I got in there. And so I cooked you up all this food and everything like that. So nighttime came, time to go to sleep. And it was a weird apartment because you had a living room when you first came in, and then a long hallway with all of these doors in the hallway. So you didn't know where the bathroom was. You didn't know where any of this stuff was, right? So we're hanging out. We did some calisthenics. You know what I mean? And I dozed off. And I was tired because I dozed off for a little bit, right? And then daylight came. She got up, and I didn't know she had dogs, the Rottweilers in there. And she left a note on the bed. I rolled over on the note. She didn't wake me up. But why would she let the Rottweilers out and the bedroom door open? I didn't realize it. I read the note. The note said, "Oh, Lance, you told me you was going to stay for breakfast." I must have said that in the heat of passion or something. So I went out I'm going out to the corner store. I'll be back. Just chill in the bed, and I'll be back, and I'm going to have some stuff for breakfast. But she had a lot of food in there anyway. I'm like, okay, all right. I guess I'm going to be here till the afternoon or maybe another night or day or whatever. So I had to go to the bathroom. I had to take a leak. So I'm sitting here like, let me get up. I don't know which door this is to go to all these doors along the hallway. So I lean up. I'm sitting up, and all of a sudden I have, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I look down next to the bed. There was a Rottweiler laying there. And then I look to the other side, the same thing. I gotta pee. And these dogs are here. Well, she said she went to the corner store downstairs, so she should be back soon. I'm waiting. Now I had to go to the bathroom the other way, so I'm holding it both ways. And I lean up again. My clothes are way on the other side of the chair. Am I going to get up naked and try to find the right door? These I said Doberman. These Rottweilers didn't know me. So I try to ease down to the bottom of the bed where they don't see me. And maybe I was thinking I can close the doors and run. Nah, they got up. And they just looking at me. Like, we going to F you up if you try to run out of here. Like, but why would you just jump me when I'm in the bed? So I sat there. She didn't show up. I'm sweating. All of a sudden, the universal sound of distress. Now, I got probably 3 minutes before I got to use this bathroom. And I can't get past these dogs. I couldn't believe it. My resolve, my inner strength was dropping. All of a sudden, the pillow over there looked like a reasonable destination for what had to happen. I'm waiting. I couldn't. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I'm doing this. I done messed up the woman's pillow. And I'm laying in next to it. I couldn't get up. I'm embarrassed even ahead of time. She came in. Boo, I'm home. The dogs get up and run right in that room. I'm like, oh, she's going to see this bed. She came in the room, looked at me with no expression, smiled, and grabbed the pillow and said, oh, I'll wash this up. I got to make you some breakfast. And I'm like, that don't bother you? I was shamed.
She's like, oh, no, it happens all the time.
That's what it was stories that people don't tell. So she was like, that's okay. I can take care of that. You want to stay another night? Man, I'm trying to get up out of there.
Man, she got your DNA.
Oh, my God.
Hey, like,
disgusting.
She got your DNA? Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Oh.
but what type of DNA?
Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. You can stay another night if you want.
And them dogs up in there, and she runs out and leave me in there like that? Lock me in the bathroom or something. I don't know. Let the dogs run free. Let me out of there. Now, that would have been kind of difficult to run out with clothes on.
You got any stories of birds?
Say it again?
You got a story of birds too?
Well, I didn't,
you said a story of birds.
You said birds.
Yeah, you got any story with birds?
Or do I have a story about birds?
Yeah, with about
What
birds
capacity? You mean birds dropping stuff on me or something?
attacking crazy stuff like that. Yeah, I know New York got crazy birds.
No, I was a kid. We were on a class trip. We were out in Philadelphia. What was it, the Liberty Bell or whatever? Bird got on my jacket. Man, birds just dropped it all on my jacket. Man, everybody was laughing at me. Big crowd. I'm the only one that caught it. That's messed up.
Hey, Lance, speaking of spiritual, I because you mentioned about New York numerous of times. Have you heard, I know you in Africa and everything, but have you heard anything about Bobby Hemmett and how he doing? Because I haven't heard that much about him.
Because I don't see anything current. I see the old stuff. I was wondering if he passed away, but I heard that he didn't, but you don't see him no more.
Yeah.
You know?
Because he used to really be out there.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, you know, with the internet, they can shut things down and play, and they're rough on it. It'll knock your whole channel down just because.
Yeah. Oh,
That's why I upload myself everywhere else, and I'm live in other places too. So I'll keep my stuff.
Yeah, man. Bobby Hemmett was deep, man. He was going on some stuff.
And I like the way he delivers it too. He doesn't try to act holier than now. He cusses and you know what I mean? But he breaks it down though. Really breaks it down. If you look past that, because it sneaks up on you. Because I remember the first time I heard him, I'm like, who is this dude talking? And then he started saying some stuff that resonated. I'm like, oh man, you know. When you die, you don't want to go to the light. No, you want to go to the dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you get that special kind of delivery.
That's trying to, but yeah, and he'll cuss too.
Yeah.
Yeah. They try to trick you and bring your motherfucking ass back here to this crap. No, go to the dark. This is weird. He just cut.
Yeah.
He's talking about serious stuff, but he's
yeah. It's like, it's like, man. Yeah.
He was into like the metaphysical stuff, right?
I like it though. I like the way he delivers.
He was on to that metaphysical stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He had some good knowledge, man. I mean, I looked up some stuff and it was interesting.
Very interesting, but it resonates.
He had one video talking about the black gods, and it was really interesting how he said if you go around the world, like in Mexico, they got these big Olmec heads. He was dropping some really good information.
Yeah.
I said, man, that's deep. In Asia too,
when you research behind him, it's always true. Like he's always on point. And he'll say something that may appear to be so out there, and you research it, and it's right there.
He was talking about Buddha being originally a black man. You see, if you look at the original statue of Buddha, it looked like a black man. He said, I think Buddha came from Africa. And it was interesting. I was like, dang. So, what about Dr. Joe Pookrum?
Hold on, let me put this up. Yes, Samara, you're right. That's why those dogs were so big. Maybe the dogs ate those other guys.
yeah. That's what I was thinking. She was like, she's like, no problem. I'm like, you must have done this before or something.
I know, but why would you let your dogs out?
But she said, didn't she say something like she was afraid that you were going to leave or something? So she wanted to make sure that you stayed there when she got back.
Yeah, she mentioned that later on, and I was pissed. You know, I was pissed. Embarrassing and pissed. I'm not going back to that club and see you again. You saw point me out. But she did that again before.
Girl, you guess what he did? He did what? Yeah. All over my pillows.
But why did I do it? You know what I mean?
So you haven't heard the whole story yet. No, wise man, you mentioned who was this you mentioned?
Other victims.
Like exactly. Dr. Joe Pookrum. Remember her?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you another story that didn't involve me. It involved a buddy of mine. It involved a buddy of mine, and I can say this much: he's from Atlanta, and he was living out on Long Island in New York City. So he's new to New York, and he had a kind of job where he can work from home and drive to different places. It was like a salesman, and he was making good money. making up accounts with different facilities and stuff. That's all I'll say about that. But anyway, he was in the military and he's single. He was married, but he went through a really nasty divorce. So now, and this is back in the early 90s. Yeah. So he, you know, he's one of those guys that, hey, Lance, a decent guy, treat women nice, whatever, but he'll be open with me. Hey, man, you know, I gotta get laid, man. I got two stories to him. I told one, but I don't think I told this other one. I told the one I told before. It's like, I gotta get laid. That's what you're asking me for. I'm not a homo, and I know you're not one. What do you say? No, but I know you know where the spots are. I say, I don't go to those places, but I bet you know where they are. I say, I know where they are, but I don't go to them places. I went one time and the daggone lieutenant came in there and scared the mess out of me when my friends were in the back rooms. I said, I'm not going up in there and getting arrested. So he said, come on, man, I'm gonna drive out there. I want you to come with me. I said, all right, you know the neighborhood better than me, so you can find one of the spots. So usually, not where I lived exactly, but a ways down, you had, it was by Jamaica Avenue. You had these whorehouses that some would get busted because I guess they didn't pay. Some were in business, but they'd move around a lot sometimes. A lot of different places in Queens it was like that. But I was always embarrassed to, I don't want nobody thinking I'm paying for it, So we find this place where it's this door open. It's like a 3-story building, but downstairs there's a door and a walk up. And it's about 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning, maybe even 3:30. And we hear the Spanish music, right? Loud upstairs. I said, that's a telltale sign. This time of the night, the downstairs door is open. Bet you if you walk up them steps, you're going to see another door open into one of the apartments. And so I made him go first. I'm like, I'm not getting caught up, man. You wanted to come out here, you going first. So we walked up to like the 3rd floor. The music got louder and the door was cracked. And there's like a little red bulb in there. I said, that's your best bet. That's how they do. So we pushed the door open and went inside. We didn't see anybody, but the music was loud and they had all these rooms and hallways in the back. So I said, let's sit down, man. The girls are probably in the back doing their business with us. They'll be out soon. He's like, well, somebody who don't come to these places, you act like you sure know a whole lot. I said, no, that's the way it works, man. So we're sitting there in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He's like, what kind of stuff is this here, man? Is it taking so long? I said, I don't know, man. Maybe the guys are requesting more favors or whatever. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden we see this woman, because there's a little kitchen area, right? And all these couches, right? But there's a little kitchen area, a little table and everything. So she's got this house coat on, and her breasts are like, she had a little brown, but they were bulging out. But she had like a little, whatchamacallit on her head, a little scarf on her head, and she wasn't done up. I said, that must be the madam. She's the one running things. So we sitting there. Now, where we were sitting was dark, and the kitchen had a little light on it, right? But the music was loud, big behind speaker music. I said, this is definitely a whorehouse, man. That's how they do. So we're sitting there and said, man, I'm getting tired of this. We're going to have to get up here and find somewhere else. I said, no. We already sat here, man. Just wait. And we in the darkness, when the door still cracked. So all of a sudden we see these 3 or 4 little Mexican guys come out from the back where she was by the kitchen. And I said, well, I guess they serving breakfast up in here too. I said, I guess the girls will be out soon too. So we sitting there in the dark, and a red ball rolls out from the other hallway where we think the girls are. Hits my friend in the foot. I said, oh, there you go. Somebody back there likes you, man. He said, I don't see nobody. I said, somebody rolled that ball out here. I said, I don't understand what's going on, though. It's too long. So all of a sudden, there was a little boy that ran out after the ball. What the hell's going on here? So he runs over to the madam. These Mexican guys are eating breakfast, and we realize this is no whorehouse. We're sitting up in somebody's apartment. So he's like, what the hell you got me? And the lady screams, and the Mexican guys get scared, and we're running down the steps. You know the scene of Malcolm X when they shot Malcolm X, and the guy was sliding down the steps? Both me and him was sliding down, man. We did a rundown. We
Oh my God.
He's like, man, how you got me in here? This ain't no whorehouse. They were screaming.
Now y'all
we were
ruined them
sitting
good
there that whole
folks'
time.
breakfast.
And this
Good
dude was
folks'
sitting there laying
breakfast.
back on the couch. He was squeezing his junk, like getting all in the mood. Like, man, yeah, I need to release.
Lance, could you imagine when the ball hit his foot? Could you imagine when the ball hit his foot? He's taking off his clothes. I'm sorry, Lance. Could you imagine the ball hitting his foot and he's thinking that's the green light and he's walking back there taking off his clothes, heading to the back?
I know.
Oh my God.
I know. Imagine that.
Woo,
oh man.
Good thing the little boy came out and get his ball. Hey Lance, I'm gonna tell you a military story. I was on temporary duty up in Alaska one time, and we were up there for a project. It was like a joint military project. We were working on this road. It's like all these different, like you had the Air Force, you had the Army, you had the Navy, and we were all working on this road, building a road out there, right? So, like a construction project. Mm-hmm. So we go out on the weekends, right? And they always tell you, we get like a briefing, right? They say when you go into town, make sure that you watch how when you out there, look around, be cautious of where you're going, because there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of drinking goes on in this town because there's not much people to do. We'll go to these bars, right? So a group of us, we get together, we go out. So we go out to this club, and then we like hanging out. So then it closed like around 2 or 3 in the morning. So we all standing out. So we rented a beach house, right? So we said, well, we're not going back to the base camp. We're just going to spend the night at the beach house, right? So we all meet these girls out in front of the place, and we ask them, like, what are you guys doing? Like, what are you all going to do now? They said, oh, we don't know. I said, why don't you all come to the beach house and hang out with us, me and my friends? So I said, okay, right. All right. So my Navy friend, he get this girl, meet the girl. So we all are there talking and everything like this. So one of the Navy guy, he takes the girl in the back room, right? It's like a 2-bedroom beach house, right? So he takes her in the back room, right? He's been out there drinking, just turning up bottles, Bud Light and all this other stuff, just turning bottles up, drinking. I don't know if he had gin, but I think he had some cognac or something like that. So he tore up, right? So he back there, and they were back there a long time. And I'm like, damn, he must be really having him a good time. Dude comes out of the room drunk, and he's got blood all over his face.
What?
He got blood all over his face, his chin area. There's a lot of blood down there. And I asked him, I said, man, what happened? Did she beat you up? He said, well, she wouldn't let me have sex with her, so I ate her out.
And he didn't realize. Oh my God.
That was that time of the month. I said, but man, wait a minute. You got blood all over your face.
He thought he was
wait a minute. I thought they got into a fight or something. I was like, that was the quietest fight I ever heard. He said, well, she wouldn't let me screw it, so I had to eat her out. He had blood all over his chin.
Exactly.
We were just busting up laughing. At first, we were shocked because I'm sorry. We were shocked. It was like, man, what's wrong, man? Did you all get into a fight? Because that was the most quietest fight. And when he said it, we just busted out and started laughing. Everybody in the living room just started laughing.
That made it funny because he's laughing. That's right. He's laughing at it. No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you another one. What the same guy just told you about when we went up in that what we thought was a whorehouse. It was somebody. But why were they playing the music so? And the door was open. I don't understand that. But anyway, I didn't go with him on this one. He called me up and he said, "Hey man, you know the young ladies." He's always calling. Like, man, listen, you a dude, man. You got your place, nice car, nice job. Go mix and mingle, man. You'll find somebody. So he was messing around on these phone lines. We didn't have apps back then. It was a phone line. He said, "Man, I met this chick, man. I've been talking to her, whatever. I'm gonna let you know what happened." I said, "Okay, no problem." So a couple of days go by, the phone rings in the middle of the night, and he's screaming into the phone. "Yo, Lance, man, what's wrong with black men, man? What is wrong with black men? I can't take it, man. What's wrong with them?" And this is a tough guy, military guy. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand him. He was near a nervous breakdown. So I said, what's wrong, man? So I do something to you? You somebody put something in a drink or something? I said, tell me what happened. No, man. Man, I don't understand. I can't trust nobody, man. I said, oh man, what did you go mess with a man? No, man, ain't no man. So I said, take a deep breath. He said, better yet, man, I gotta get out the house, man. I'm gonna come over there by you. I said, okay, man. I said, well, you're in a situation where people are following you or something. Don't bring nobody over here to shoot my place up. So he came over and he was crying. So I said, okay, man, tell me what happened. He said, well, you know, the girl that I was talking to, the lady I was talking to over the phone lines, you know, we eventually exchanged numbers and, you know, we talking some good stuff and everything, got to know her a little bit. And so she invited me over. I said, okay, I felt it was safe. And so I go on over there. It's a different part of Long Island than he was in. It was a pretty nice, you know, area, whatever. So he says, I pull up, you know, in front of the house. I get out, go into the gate. The house looked legit, you know. So she told me I could ring the bell, rang the bell. It's like, oh man, this girl that came to the door, she was drop dead gorgeous like I thought she'd be. So I said, it's nice to meet you, sweetheart. He called her by her name and she said, oh no, it's not me. You're talking about whatever the other lady's name was. She's in there. And he said, the way she said she's in there and she had a smirk on her face, I was like, man, but I wish it was her. I didn't see the girl I was coming there for, but this one here. But I realized she was like some type of, you know, a home care, whatever. She had little scrubs on and stuff. So he said, well, you can go in there. And so the lady in the back said, called his name. His name is not Donald. I'll just say Donald. Donald, come on, baby. Come back here with me. And so he pushed the door open and he saw the lady laying in it wasn't a regular bed. It was like a medical thing. And the lady was like 3 feet tall, laying in the bed, and she was white. He thought she was black, and she had this real big head. And her legs and arms could move, but they were real small and limp. And it was the same voice. And he's freaked out. He did phone sex with her and all this stuff. And she's like, so you like what you see? I'm looking forward to all the things you said you was going to do to me. But here it is, right? He already made up his mind. The other girl, the black girl, came back there and got something out the room, and she had a smirk on her face, but he was looking at her like, oh man, I'd like to get with her. So make a long story short, she's like, oh, don't be thrown off by my appearance, because once the lights go out, oh baby, I'm gonna rock your world. And then he's like, he couldn't say much. And he could always talk. So she's like,
he was flabbergasted.
Exactly. So she said, listen, let me convince you. Listen, see the book over there, the photo album? Pass me that photo album. They had to hand it to a general because she could hardly hold it. She flipped the pages open. She said, look at the pictures here. He didn't want to look, but he was there already. So he got near the bed and looked, and she kept flipping it and flipping it and flipping it. It was a full album of all the black men that came there and screwed her, and she had pictures that she took with them, little Polaroids and stuff, right? And that's what flipped them out, because some of the men were married, they had rings on their hand. She says, yeah, listen, they keep coming back. They like what I do. And he's looking at her, and he's like, that's why he was telling me, what is wrong with black men? These guys can get anybody they want.
Death by temptation.
Yeah, but he was messed up.
I know.
Like, you know. I don't know if you remember the episode of Star Trek where they had these aliens that had human faces
with them big heads. With them big heads.
They didn't talk.
Yeah,
that's what she looked like.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the veins all in her head, and her teeth
the cage. Hey, Lance, the pilot.
Exactly.
The cage.
Yeah. Oh man. So he did a little trick. He's like, well, listen,
Brainiac.
I'm too far off the curb. Let me park a little closer. And she said, well, listen, you can park up in the driveway. And he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to park on the. He said when he got in the car, he tore out. and got up out of there. Yep.
So he got out of there like
he
Fred
was delirious
Flintstone.
after that. He said
I
she
could
had about
imagine.
80 pictures of different black men over the years. And she getting these phone lines and lure them in. Yeah.
So she was an invalid that could
Yeah.
speak.
Come over here, baby. By the side.
Oh my God.
By the side of the bed so I can start you off.
And you know what's sad about it?
From that lady?
There are men, and you know it. You know there's some truth to that.
Yeah, them dudes.
Yeah, you know men that would get down like that. Well, ain't nobody looking, but ain't nobody gonna know.
Polaroids he saw, you know, there was some action shots.
Yeah,
dudes going down, and you know.
Yeah, some guys sadly they got no scruples. They like, hey man, ain't nobody gonna know but me and her. Well, hey, I'm game.
Yeah,
you know, some men are like that.
Unbelievable. I mean, you ain't got to be a beauty queen, but I'm just saying, have something. I mean, like, okay, that's a whole different vibe, though. That's a whole
Lance,
different
remember
vibe.
you said, Lance, remember you said about the dude that was in corrections and he was making all that fuss just so he could share the cell with that guy?
Right. They're out there.
Yeah.
Right.
He said, so you did all of that for that? Is that what you wanted? Well, you see, it's like, man.
Oh, man.
Things that men will do, boys. Like, man, don't you?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I knew an officer in corrections. He set it up with some of the inmates with a request to go see the nurse. And he would make sure to be the movement officer. He had a little pull. So he can be the one to escort them to the nurse. But it was fraudulent paperwork. So he'd duck into one of the maintenance closets with them because he already made a little deal with them. Who's going to do who? Because he was undercover gay. You know? But I peeped that, though. I knew something was up with him. Because I was walking down the hallway one day and him and the inmate came out the closet. They came out the closet. Man.
Literally. They literally came out the closet. Yeah. They both fixing their pants.
It was this one master key. This is one master key that worked on all the closet doors. And not everybody had one. You know, and somehow, some way, somebody gave me one. But it came right out. He turned around, looked, and he was shocked. Yep. So I had to end up working with him a lot when I was doing overtime, and he came clean. I guess he did when he was in that room. But he told me, and I'm like, listen, I'm not going to spend. But some of the other officers kind of knew, but he told me straight up. So he was relaxed around me. The guy was a funny guy. Other than that, he was a funny guy.
Literally. He was funny all over. Hey, he's funny like that.
After a while,
that's a little nickname for him.
His exploits, you know. I mean, listen, man, I don't want to really hear all that. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear these details. You know,
right?
But he would always
get in
Lance, position to get a lot of overtime.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lance. I know we start off with BBLs and we went all over the place.
We cover a subject and we get off of this. Cool, it's all right.
Right. But let me ask you a question. And I have heard this before. Actually, I heard Sherazade Ali say this one time. She said that men who tend to sleep around with a lot of women, one of the reasons why they do that because they feel like they have to overcompensate because they have some kind of issue going on with their life where they question their manhood.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I heard it before. See, with me, it wasn't like me trying to prove something. It's just a lot of opportunities came my way. And I was a horny little guy. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I know guys that after many years, they didn't just come to me and confess something, but they knew I knew. And I've seen that a lot. The overly macho, you know, the touchy, you want to fight all the time when they're younger, you know, and they despise fags. Get away from me, fag. I can't stand you, fag. But they was one dipping and dabbing, or maybe they were molested when they were younger, and it angers them, and they question themselves, and they overdo it with the women. Like that's going to make them run away because see the thing is, with sexuality, your first experiences, good or bad, impact your mind for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
See, like for me, I'm older cousin. I was 5 years old, female cousin.
Mm-hmm.
She was making me do things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
no wonder why I like to do certain things on women, right? And
Mm-hmm.
because it was always on the couch, I'd rather a couch than a bed. In the back of my mind, because that's like, but I understand that about me. I'm not going to say it made me promiscuous. It just made me open, because at 5 years old, you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to have an orgasm, but it imprints your mind, right? So it's like just add water. When you add the hormones, you get older. Well, you can put two and two together. And for me, it was like,
hold that thought, Lance. Hold that, Lance. Because I would think, Lance, the fact that it was with a female probably don't make it so bad and compared to being with a man, like an uncle or a cousin, a male cousin or something like that. You see what I'm saying? You see a male relative.
But it no, that I would have issues if it was that. I would kill somebody or something later on and find out. You know what I mean? But
right.
No, but it did affect me where I was never that guy that ended up in a intimate situation just demanding and just go and run. I'm like a pleaser. I like to make sure the woman's pleased all the way, to the point where it's like, man, you know what I mean? Like it's like me doing artwork and doing all the detail. I don't want to see the woman unsatisfied. I'd rather go without and make her. You know what I mean? Like it affected me that way, and that still has its complications in a way, because that's not. When I say it's not masculine energy, I don't mean like there's something wrong with me that way. I'm a straight man, but you know, I got to be a little more aggressive sometime. I mean, in my life, and I was always passively maybe seducing a woman. I was never, hey girl, you come over here. We need to do this or do that. You know, and just being upfront. I'm always hanging around. Just take my time, and it got me in a lot of situations. But ultimately, a woman wants to feel like she's with a man who's going to sometimes dominate her. And I can do that, and I do that, but I'm more gentle. You know, as opposed to how I look and how I look then. Because there are a lot of women, oh my God, look at your body, all those muscles. You probably put a hurting on me. But I never thought that way, you know, unless they requested that or said something where I'm going to be a little more aggressive. But I felt bad, like, I'm going to hurt you. You know what I mean? You know, so it's an energy.
So you say you're not Mike Tyson. You know, they think you're gonna go in there and just you know.
Yeah, but see, no, I could be that way, but that's not me. I'm more of a pleaser. But you know, I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna enjoy myself, but I'm more laid back, and that would shock a lot of people. Like, wow, you really, you know, they liked it, but sometimes when they wanted it the other way, they would have to say, hey, listen, you know. I had women tell me, just grab me around my throat. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh,
right.
It's scaring me. You know what I mean?
That's what happened with a friend of mine when I was in the military. He told me about this girl that he met. I never saw her before, but I could see him doing this because he was from New York and he was a boxer. He used to box up there, a Dominican brother. And he said this girl, she wanted him to be, she wanted him to rough her up before the act. And just, you know, and this, I mean, I'm not gonna repeat what he told me. She told him, asked him to do, but she went with that, and that's because she had some kind of past experience where that was what happened with her, with a guy, and that she wanted, you know, that she was rehashing that experience, and he wanted her to do the same. I had another guy I knew, another brother I knew. This girl, she wanted him to urinate on her. She said, and he's like, what? You want me to what? Yeah. And when I'm about to have a climax, I want you to do this. He's like, are you sure about this? I mean, he's like, I don't know about that. So I asked him, I said, did you do it? He said, yeah, he did. And she just went off, man. She was in another world. And all these experiences are based on previous experiences.
Right. That's what I've always learned. I've had that request before. You ever hear the Biggie Smalls Notorious Big? I forgot what song it was, and he was talking, and he was saying, "Yeah, man, the girl wanted me to piss on her, man," and then he was like, "After I pissed on her," like he did it. But the way he said the story, the timing, it was funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen and experienced around a lot of different things, man.
Wow, there's some freaky women out there, man.
Yeah, but you know, it's like you get.
But
like
go ahead, Lance. Go ahead.
I would say we can say freaky, but then that's their trajectory.
Right.
You know, now some people are nuts.
Right.
Some women, I'm not saying all, because it's cool to open up to what you really are, whatever it may be, because we're all formed a certain way by our earlier experiences. And a lot of people, they're afraid to go there. Like they think it's wrong. Oh, get into it. It's just that some people, their experience is a little more way out there than what you can comprehend, or maybe something that, like, listen, we cool, but I'm not gonna let you doodle on me. You know what I mean?
Right. They can even tell you what you had for lunch. You had cabbage.
Corn out their teeth.
Yeah. I mean, some people are like that, man.
You ever heard of chicks doing things with dogs? I'm not trying to be weird here, but I heard some stories.
No.
Well, people have been doing that stuff for years.
Oh, girlfriend,
He's been doing
right next
stuff
door,
for years.
There's a woman that lives there, and we walked down the driveway, and she was getting it on with a dog. This lady had to be in her early 60s, and the dog was always territorial, always near her, you know. And
naturally,
so we happened to be walking down that side of the house, which was really her side, but the window was closed. The screen was closed. Window was up. It was summertime, and the curtains were moving, and they had the lamp on. And we went over there and stood up on the cinder block to peek in there, and the dog, man, was going to town. You know, the dog got the little short strokes. They've been doing it for a while. He was about to finish, and she was down, face down, butt up, and letting him have his way. And she still had her glasses on to her dress up around. On my block, there were two sisters who were doing that too with their dog. And the father had molested all of them, and they all were messed up. 13 brothers and sisters. I think one of the older brothers got away from that mess. That's the one where the father that molested all the children locked away his wife up in the attic for a couple of years. When she came out, she had white hair. She just was staring off into space. Yeah. And he never got locked up for any of that. The family was messed up. One of the daughters, she was on me when I started bodybuilding and stuff, you know, but nothing ever happened. She was just weird. She was real ugly though, for real. Nice body, real. But I was like, nah, something was wrong with that energy. But I already saw the things that they were doing, and they were just out there. But he died.
There's some.
He before he died, he had a dog, and everybody left him. Nobody came to visit him, and he had this dog that he would try to take into the supermarket, and he's losing his mind. And he was out in front of his house parked. There was a Volkswagen that he had. My friend who lived across the street from him was like, yo, Lance, he was out there tongue kissing the dog and licking the dog's nose. And what? I'm like, oh, man. And he was alcoholic. He was pissing on himself, talking to himself. They found him dead in there. The whole family was affected. One of the sons was a cross-dresser. Some gay ones in there. You know, the other two sisters that was messing with the dog and messing with each other. It was a big mess because the father, and they did that to the mother, kept her up there and gave her a bucket to use the bathroom in, put food on a paper tray and paper plate, push it, and she couldn't get no sunlight. They boarded up the window. Room was stinking. That's what I heard.
Treated the dog like a family member and treated the wife like a dog.
That's bad. It's not funny, but that's
it's terrible. It's horrible.
Crazy.
But Lance, you're right, brother. You know, when you're dealing with and going back to the BBLs, it's like, you know, it's like you heard me say this before, Lance. I said there's 4 types of women in this world. There's the type that you court for marriage. There's the type that you just date. It's just a pure dating thing. There's the type of woman that you meet at the nightclub and take her to a motel. And there's the type you just leave alone. And the BBLs, it's like when you get with women like that, it's not going to work. More than likely, it's not going to work because she has too many.
You're right.
She's got other issues. The BBL is just a cover for other mental and emotional issues that she has that stem from her childhood.
Exactly. See, people got to remember too that even with the trauma of childhood, many will go on and accumulate other experiences that fortify that trauma. You know, it's like the moth to the flame. The moth kind of knows that flame is going to burn it, but it keeps flying near it. You know, some people completely shut down, and some people, the secret lives that many people have, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. And when they're dating you, they know what they have in their closet, their emotional closet. I'm not saying they're wrong, but you got to really get to know a person over time because they're not going to tell you their trauma right away or what makes them tick. Lots of times they don't even know what makes them tick. So you have to have a discerning eye to take time. And like you said, it's not cruel. Everybody's not made for everybody. You're not going to hit it off all the way. It's easy to put your penis in their vagina or eat them and they suck you and you feel good. That's not true connection if you don't have the true connection.
True.
You know? I mean, when you're young, you do things physical, you get attracted. I understand that. But a lot of people jump into things so fast on the surface and don't know what's going on. And sometimes they'll be with somebody for 10 or 20 years before they understand what's going on. You know, you met that person's you with this person's representative, and one day when they bust out with all the trauma that they had been going through, I didn't know I was with a person like this. Not that they're less than you, but it's frightening. It's frightening. You know, the weight that people carry on their hearts and in their mind. See, everybody knows how to have that 9-to-5 face, meaning that, well, when I get to the job, I know how to act cordial and professional and act like everything's normal. But you don't know.
You don't
what's
know.
in their mind. You don't know how they're living.
Right.
You don't know what's in their mind and how it's going to blend with you. Because I always say, people are like chemicals. You take two chemicals in the science class, chemistry class, and you pour one in the other, nothing happens. You take that original one and mix it with another, it foams over, almost explodes. And that's how people are. And we can't always see how we're going to react with them. I've known women they want to hang out, they want to go on a date. Okay, and before the date is over, they piss me off. And I'm a gentleman. But certain ways, oh man, I can't advance with this person. They got little ways. And I'm durable. I understand a whole lot. You know what I mean? So if a person pisses me off like that with stupidity or something, I already know this ain't gonna work. And some people are sweethearts. But some people, you know, nobody's perfect. But just like you go through experiences that could be negative that will formulate how you are if you don't deal with it, some people have to have more experience in life before they can connect with you. Because the you that you are now, and I mean, I know you're married, but just say you weren't and you were out there, you're so much wiser as to what is out in the world and you know yourself better. That's the problem. There are a lot of women and men who are looking for the perfect mate, but they don't even know themselves. So if you don't know yourself, how are you going to know what's compatible with you? I mean, if I'm behind the counter in a fast food joint or a nice restaurant, let's say, you walk up, you got to tell me what you want. Beautiful restaurant, all types of cuisine. But if you don't tell me, how do I know? And you got to have experience to know that. This is why when people get older, the ones who get older who have worked on themselves, right? They can get with it that they're widowed or they're just out of a relationship for a long time. They can meet and get along quick because they can tell you up front what their user's guide, you know, dictates. They'll tell you right up front, like, listen, I don't like this. I can tolerate that. This is what I like to do on Thursday night. This is what I like to do. And whatever differences we have, let's work it out. Boom. And they got a nice relationship. Because they can tell you because of the experience. But some people, they're smart, but they don't learn from their experience, and they don't know what they'll tolerate or not. And it's not about, I won't tolerate this. No, you're willing to compromise with people, but you have to know how far. You have to know you have to know yourself. You can be two weird people by other people's standards, but you know it that you're both weird the same way. What a wonderful relationship that's going to be. You know what I mean?
You have to know yourself, and you have to communicate with your partner.
Communicate. That's the biggest problem. It sounds like it's like a used out term, but communication, and you have to be confident in yourself enough to say what it is that you don't like and to say what it is that you do like. This is the problem why they have so many people with double lives with their sexuality. I don't mean like just being a homo or something like that. I'm just saying, even if both of y'all are hetero and there's certain things you like to do that may be like a little weird to other people, or you may think this person, but this does it for you, you got to speak that out. You got to say it.
And you know
if
what, Lance?
If they're interested in you and love you, they'll accommodate you as long as it's not something way out.
You know, Lance, I'm gonna add to that. I like the podcast you did about why guys step out on their significant others. You remember that? You did that about a month ago.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that is, I don't know where women get this idea. I'm talking about marriage particularly, not so much boyfriend, girlfriend, but trying to withhold sex from their partner. You know, the man comes home, he's been working 10, 12-hour days, and he just wants to sit down, kind of unwind, watch a little TV, maybe eat a little dinner, talk to his wife at the dinner table, and then go to bed. But he comes home, and the first thing he's being told what he's not doing this, he's not doing. And then this whole thing with women withhold sex. I'm like, wait a minute, is he taking care of his responsibilities in the house? Because if you really want to nail this thing down, that woman's body, that's part of your husband's bounty. And his body is part of her bounty too. So when you're trying to withhold sex from him, especially if he hasn't done anything to damage the marriage, he gonna step out with another woman. Yeah, he gonna do that because he's gonna feel like, wait a minute, I'm not being appreciated.
Well, look, I told this guy who didn't understand that. I'm not advocating anything, but if it's like that, I don't understand. That's wrong, man. You know, it's wrong that she's withholding, but when he goes out, that's wrong. I said, okay, what if you come home and you got dinner going on, but your stomach is kind of full from the lunch that you ate, and you got to go to the bathroom. Now you coming home to your own house. You come into your own house, and your wife busted up all the toilet bowls. What you gonna do aside from get mad? You're gonna go out to use that bathroom out in the yard because you can't hold it no more. So the power play with that. I mean, I just don't understand. And I'm not condoning like, hey girl, I've been working all day. Get on up in that bed and no, be considerate. She has a headache. Sincerely, she's not feeling good. Sincerely, whatever, work with her.
Right. I agree.
But if you want to satisfy her,
that's where the communication comes in.
Exactly, and you can deal with that. You're not gonna sit there got a high fever, stomach all messed up.
She got COVID.
Talk about, you know what I mean? Some of the inconsiderate.
Right. She got COVID, wart on the lungs, and all this other stuff. And you talking about what you want. She on the floor, crawling on the floor, trying to get to the bathroom. And you stand over her telling her, why don't you stop acting? There's nothing wrong with you.
Exactly.
Knowing the woman don't look normal.
Right. We're not talking about that. We're talking about just how they will withhold.
Right.
And it's not like it's just all about sex, but that is something that it puts blinders on you as a man. Like a lot of women don't understand that. A lot of women feel sometimes that if I hold back, I don't want to give this up too much, but he's doing what he has to do. You want him to be faithful. You're all he has. Yeah, there are options out in the street, but the good man don't want that. He want to have everything at home. There's no better feeling than when things happen. And it doesn't have to be just outright sex, but just you home, you get it. Like, okay, let's break it down. It's not this simple, but stomach full, balls empty. If he can at least get that, a good meal, good conversation, doesn't have to be where it's all these acrobatics, but just a sensuous feeling and a woman talking to you, your woman, you know, and you feel good and you're into each other. It may be something quick, it may be something long, it doesn't have to be something extravagant, but you home and you feel this thing. It's something about that.
Right.
It doesn't mean that look, she can have a t-shirt with Bosco spilled all over the front because she was trying to make chocolate milk or something. You know what I mean? She still looks good. You laying there, you looking like, man, that's my woman. I can touch her, I can get into her, I can do. And when it's like that, when you go in the outside world, you're not thinking about nothing else. You see beautiful women, you notice them, but you're not thinking about nothing like that because you want to get home.
Right, because the one at home, you got
he'll prepay his speeding tickets to the county because after work he's flying home because he has heaven at home.
The one at home, you got the night. The one at home, you got the mental connection with. That's a connection there. You have a connection with her.
And especially when you know each other and how to please each other. And then if you do get into your fetishes and little things that turn you on, you're supposed to be students of each other.
Right.
So all the little things that she knows about you and you know about her, that further cements the connection, because I'm not going to call a woman stray. I'm just saying this for effect. A stray woman out in the street that may offer herself to you or whatever, she ain't going to connect that way because now you've been studying each other at home. You know each other, how to really get into things. She knows what you like to eat. Maybe you're the cook in the relationship. Maybe you can cook too real good and you surprise her with a dish. But there's certain places you like to go. It's tailor-made. It settles in over time. See? So it's that feeling and that connection. It's not just about somebody's butt or BBL. Man, I saw this girl at the BBL, man. I'm going to step out on my wife. You know, are you getting it good? You see? So there's a lot to be learned because the bottom line is that I tell other guys, I said, a lot of gorgeous women out here. Every year that goes by, you're going to see more and more coming off the assembly line. Figure of speech. At your funeral, there's going to be some chick with a nice shape. You know what I mean? But you're going to come out the ground and, you know, so at some point you got to understand this is, a lot of people run to other stuff to fulfill themselves. But it's like pouring gasoline on when you're burning up. You just make it worse. And you're not going to be satisfied. Because you're not home.
Can we honestly say, Brother Lance, that a woman don't need to get a BBL to get loved by a man?
Right. She don't need that.
No.
She doesn't need that. No. And if you run across somebody like this, she needs a lot of work. Because there's a lot of things going on. To do something so horrendous to your body, the body you were born with. It may not have come with a user's manual, but all the information out here, we know how to take care of each other's bodies. And that's not the answer. That's issues down the line.
Right.
And she's not going to feel the full brunt of your attention to her. If you do have attention to her or want to give her attention, you really, most men are not. If anything, she's fetishized, you know, do want to just mess with her because he has an ass fetish, but with something big and ugly and out of shape like that, even the ones that are done that within reason where you can't tell, but the temptation is too much. Once you tell that guy operating, listen, I want it this big. That's an obstacle. Why would you want to walk around like that? You know? And you'd have to question any man that comes to you to give you attention. If he's focusing on that, then he don't really love you. You're not giving him a chance to know you.
That's true.
Everybody sees you walking down the street, they're looking at this thing. That's a barrier to real human connection.
That's true.
You see
Very
what I mean?
true. I agree. I strongly agree.
Because
they're getting to know the BBL, but they're not really getting to know her.
Right. And guess what? He might be on top of you pumping away and you feeling real good, but he's thinking about the next BBL he saw at the mall earlier that day. So you still don't have him. You don't know what he's thinking about. But you set yourself up to attract that kind of attention. I mean, it could be, you can attract that kind of attention still without a BBL. Like I said, you know, a lot of nice backsides out here. But what about the whole woman? When you have the whole woman, you get to know on all these different levels that a lot of guys don't want to really explore. Man, when you connect, you're firing on all pistons.
That's right.
Some people can only get together just sexually, and they can feel good, and it's an empty feeling again. They get together
right back where they started.
Yeah, and they might be open with each other sexually to say, "Hey, this is what I like. Do this, baby. Do that. I like this. What you like, I'll do it for you." And you already know. You don't have to ask. That's as far as it goes.
Lance, you open the top drawer, they got baseball bats and fists and all kind of stuff up in there. Like, damn, they get catcher's mitt. Like, damn. Like, wow. Who's a ball player in the family? I didn't know you played baseball. No, that ain't for the field. That's for the infield, not the outfield. You're like, damn, that's for in the field. You're like, damn. So,
like, I know
Lance, I'm gonna get on out of here. What happened to other brothers?
Yeah, he slipped off. I'm gonna say he kind of fell off.
Yeah.
Because usually you come back on both of them. I'm not sure if Truth Teller is in the chat room, but yeah, we've been rapping for a while. Yeah. So, ladies,
I like because it's true. They don't need a BBL to get loved by a man. All they got to do, like I say, just find them a good personal trainer, somebody who knows, understands human anatomy and physiology, and just get in the gym. And actually, if you think about it, your body will thank you because you'll lose some fat, tone the muscle, and get some blood pressure down, get get some diabetes, high cholesterol lowered. So it's a win-win all the way around, ladies.
That's right.
It's a win-win all the way around. Brother Lance, thank you for your time, brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it very much.
Coming on through.
Yes, sir. Always.
I won't call you the speakers no more. I'll make sure to say bars instead of bows.
Yes, sir. No problem. No problem, bro. No problem. I'll just thank you for the opportunity, brother, for me being on the air. And I'll just say greetings to you this evening and greetings to the listeners. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, brother. You all take care now. Yes, sir. You too.
Have a good night. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it down too in a few seconds. I don't know if there's anything that anybody wants this episode to cover. And I know you all are tired, or it's late over there, wherever you are. It's 5:07 over here. So it's not like I'm going to be on for another hour or whatever. I feel good. I'm going to sleep deep and good. I love the intellectual stimulation. I love the storytelling and the jokes. I love that. And I'm glad you appreciate that too, you know? So yeah, I'll probably talk about relationships and stuff next week, you know, on that show. And I would do more live shows, especially like during the week, but I want to make sure that we have enough people here that can, you know, vibe in the chat room and stuff like that. So Saturday is good, you know, maybe tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. It'll be a few hours. But most of you all will be asleep by the time I wake up, and I'm going to sleep good and long. And I know Malik has a show. We didn't do one last week on a Sunday night. He's going to do one, and it's going to be about polygamy. And he's going to have a pro and a con. It's going to be like a debate and break it down with Islam and just the practical stuff. So he has a young lady coming on. He has to give me the information. I have to set it up. And Brother Neil Frazier, a.k.a. Metamorphosis, he sent me the information for the show Monday night. And I'll be doing the ones in between. And this is something I want to talk about when I wake up anyway, but that'll be probably a solo thing. I want to write an article about it, and I just want to rap about it a little bit. And like I said, I appreciate everybody being here. And it's been a wonderful night. I mean, we've been on for 4 hours and 38 minutes so far. So that's cool. That's usually when it ends up, you know, but I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. I hope you have a good rest and you were entertained and informed and stimulated like I always like to do. And we're just going to let it all hang out on a Saturday night and really enjoy ourselves. Just like good old times. They can't take that away, right? That's the righteous algorithms, heart to heart, person to person, soul to soul. Thank you all for coming through. LanceScurv out. And I will talk to you tomorrow or a few more hours when I wake up. Peace. Il est là qui cogne,